Mike, thank you for attending. Call the meeting to order. Will the clerk please do the roll call?
Thank you. Mayor Newton,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer, Council members Bash, Hoffman, and Allman. She is absent today? Well, she's not in the chair. Do we know if she's coming? We don't know. Okay, I'll mark her absent as of right at the moment.
Thank you, Diane. Call upon Public Works Director Chad Blaze to present the recycled water system condition and future use report. Good afternoon, Chad.
Mr. Mayor.
Gotcha.
Thank you, sir. Ask them to get settled real quick. Mayor said I had 2 hours only, so I'll try to keep to that. Okay, so we're going to here discuss an update about recycled water system, but also give you hopefully some discussion items from you as far as future direction. So I will try to go through these quick as I can, but there is a lot of convoluted discussion in this, what's going on today, so I apologize. So, is this working, Mark? All right. A little delayed. So, some brief history. Okay. The city developed its current recycled water system between 2005 and 2008. Yeah, it was great. Keep trying to hit the buttons. Oh, no, just I broke it. All right. No, it's not moving on us. Power. We have one technically customer, which is the Navy. We have set up a connection to them. They're currently being served non-potable water from our well number A, but that's not actual recycled water. And the current cost to construct what we currently have, is about $3.8 million, which includes a $450,000 grant that we got from SAPA at the time. Continue on that history, the state permit for RCRA to discharge recycled water as an entity, RCRA discharging water to its member agencies, wasn't granted until 2019. As a result, the delay to getting that approval was mainly because of the ongoing protests from Orange County Water District to want to have the water continue down, the treated water to go down the river for their benefit, and there was a lot of other regulatory hurdles, but primarily it was because of Orange County Water District. Because of that, no recycled water had been used from RCRA, and as a result, our existing booster station pumps and valves basically became inoperable from no use. They basically seized up and are basically not functional at this point. And replacement of the pumps and valves and other improvements is now required. And it's something we, as that's in our CIP and we've been working on her and are almost ready to go out with a project, depending on what the discussions of tonight come. So this is meant to just give you an overall, this was something that was created in 2015 prior to I come, but it gives a good representation of the recycled water system. I'll highlight that basically, if you can see our red pointer here, this is where our booster station is at RCRA, and all the purple solid lines is where we have our distribution system that goes all the way across town and ends over at Ingalls and Pikes Peak. Any of the dashed purple lines has been kind of, they were put in at the time kind of theoretical, additional pipeline if it put in where it could get to, you know, whether it was a college or up towards the community center or all the way up to Silver Lakes, et cetera. So it just gives you an idea where everything is, and I'm going to highlight some of that stuff later on. So potential customers right now, we have the Navy who wants recycled water ASAP. They're very active on it. We tried to work on a grant together that we tried to get funding for. Unfortunately, we did not receive that grant, but they really want something now for Lake Norconian. And they have interest to do irrigation and certainly potentially fire protection. But that's not a set thing, but it's some of their motivation, what they want to do. As far as City of Norco, we certainly have our parks that are already basically along the alignment, which is Wayne Macon, Neil Snipes, Pikes Peak. And then obviously it does connect right up that area on 6th Street between Pikes Peak and Ingalls. So we certainly could choose to bring water into Ingalls if we wanted to. However, there are some minimum things that we need to do to the existing system just to feed the parks. The pipeline is just not enough, and the additional infrastructure was never created. We have to upgrade the existing booster station. That's number one. We need to also install at least a 200,000 gallon reservoir with a hydropneumatic tank up at Neil Snipes. The existing tank that's there, it's like a 30,000 gallon tank, is way insufficient. I'm not sure what the rationale to build that was there and the size, but it really needs to be at least 200,000 gallons, which is a few days of storage. And then we'd have the pneumatic tank, which maintains the pressure across town and keeps everything pressurized when you need water. And then we do need to do upgrades to the existing connection to the Navy to help control flow and meter their service, because right now it's unmetered water that we have there. And then we would need to upgrade the service lines to each of the parks to go from potable water to recycled water. So each of those connections need to be done. And then potentially whatever it is we decide we want to do to Ingalls, what I envision as far as for us, we would just make the connections to Ingalls at the right-of-way area, and then as a separate project, building department, maintenance department would basically create a project where they might bring water into the facility where they want to take it across there, but we at least want to make sure it's plumbed to where it needs to go. And then the other big issue that we have to do is we have to make sure once we want to have recyclable, all our locations have to be properly signed and labeled. All the fixtures have to be changed on irrigation to show that they have the purple logo, signage that tells people do not drink this water, etc. So that's a lot of other work we have to coordinate with the Parks Department to get all that work done to make sure we have appropriate signage to do that. And one item we also have to do that I didn't log on here is we have to actually adopt an ordinance, which is going to be our municipal code for recycled water. That will be, we already have a draft one already done, but we need to have that in place before we can ever serve recycled water. But that's not a major issue because we've already had the health department, the state look at it and they generally give their approval. They probably want to look at it again since it's been kind of sitting on the shelf for a couple years, but we can get that done, and that would be one of the elements we need to do. Future customers, as was defined in that map that we talked about, potential future customers would be the LMDs, the college, Caltrans potentially, the Silver Lakes, and the cemetery, and then other facilities that are around town. However, each customer, to get water to them, would require substantial infrastructure, i.e. additional main lines to get there, so to even provide them water. But it was something looking at the future, if we were to provide water and expand our system, where could we send water to and have reach to provide recycled water to those entities. So with that, one of the things I wanted to highlight on that is going back to the original map, is that each of these entities that was identified has issues and problems that I'm going to discuss real quickly. So the first one is the cemetery. It's not available to us anymore because Riverside took them over. That was one of the issues that happened a few years ago. They were one of our biggest potential users because the amount of water they use, it was about 500 acre feet a year that we were relying on to try to to make a viable system, is they'd be a good customer. They're no longer available to us. The next one is the nursery that was right next to them. They're also not available to us to use. The next one was Silver Lakes. We've talked with them numerous times. They don't have a need at this point for recycled water. They have the water that we allocated, or the wells we conveyed to them through Western Municipal Water District after their project, so they can pump water from the ground, from basically the river in essence, from those few wells that they have. So they don't really have a need for recycled water at this time. It's far cheaper for them to pump that water basically from that groundwater basin. Could become an issue from later on if it turns out that, just to clarify, if the Chino Basin decides to ever adjudicate the sub-basin which those wells are in and requires that to be accounted for and paid for, the price of that water dramatically goes up, which in our agreement they are obligated to pay for if they continue to use that water. At that point, they may end up wanting recycled water if it if it's needed at that time. But right now, they're basically saying they're good with what they have, and so the infrastructure we need to get to them wouldn't be viable or suggested at this time. And then we thought if we brought infrastructure there, maybe JCSD might want to have some of that water if we brought it to that side of town. They've got another project entirely to basically feed all of Eastvale, all their parks, and through their own system, so that's no longer an option either, even if we did connect that. They're bringing their own service there, which, as a side story, if that happens, we potentially could just wheel water from JCSD system to Silver Lakes if they eventually needed water, because they're already right there. So we're kind of flipping that scenario of we would provide them water. Actually, they could help provide water for them, but it would just be our water that wheeling through their system. But we have a solution if they ever needed that water. We potentially would be able to just piggyback from JCSD. The next one is Caltrans. They've inquired a couple different times over the years. They really have a lot of zero landscape there. It's not a lot of water demand if they were to do it. And we're only at 5th Street, so that's the only connection. So they would have to put a lot of infrastructure in to go that whole length if they wanted to go to recycled water. So it's unlikely that they would do it. The LMDs, none of the LMDs are plumbed for recycled water. They have, in that there's no dedicated direct main line that only provides recycled water. The irrigation was set up to be recycled as far as the fixtures, but there's no main line. So it's all just one line that goes through the communities, and that's the potable water we all receive today, but there's not a separate one that would isolate recycled water, and it would connect to all our various locations where we do the parkway landscaping, or if it's the slopes or hillsides. My understanding looking at it is they kind of plumbed it right on the landscaping side, but there's no main line as a separate one that we could just plug into, provide recycled water to it, and it all just one system. In talking with staff and how that was developed. So unfortunately, the LMD 1, number 2, 3, 4, and 5 would all need significant infrastructure developed in there to do that. As part of the LMDs, one of the solutions we were looking at, and we were trying to coordinate with Corona for a long time, was basically do a shared reservoir right here, this red dot, where Corona and Norco would find a spot for the reservoir up there for recycled water, and basically we would have a connection out of that. Corona, we'd either share it, or they would basically construct it and build it. We would just have a service off of that where we could feed all our locations down here, and they would also use it to feed their locations down in this area here below us. And so they were interested in that. That really has not gone anywhere for quite a while, and it's unknown if they want to do anything, but certainly that would help us to get a water source there. But it hasn't really gone anywhere in years with Corona, and we don't really have an idea if they plan to do that. Whoops, can you go back? That's what I was going to talk about. So the golf course right there was my last X. They get water from over the hill there in forget what the city or the area is called. It's La Sierra. They have a lease agreement for well water. They've indicated they don't have any issues. We thought maybe at some point their lease was going to expire. I was told that they got it extended. So for right now, they don't have a need for reclaimed water either. So that was one of the other potential ones that we were going to do. They have a private well that's in the Riverside area from a private landowner that they get water from that private landowner. They pump it up over the hill, and they take that water and use it on the golf course. But it's not the city of Riverside. Okay, So, recycled water rate. One of the things we need to do is we need to develop that, and there's multiple factors we'll consider in developing a rate, because whether it's the Navy or it's our own locations, we have to pay for the services we get. So we have to develop a self-recycle rate. We'll have multiple factors, including existing capital investment we may have done already, which is the existing system, additional capital investment we need to do, which is rebuild the pump station, the reservoir, upgrade each of the physical parks to put the right fixtures in, et cetera, and get them a service connection, both things like that. And then we have future capital replacement, i.e. you want to include some nominal amount of money that you're generating that you're using for future replacement of the infrastructure that you built, because you have to assume you're going to replace it maybe 30 to 50 years. You want to start collecting a little bit of money over time. So when it comes due, you have money ready to go. You're not asking them for a big rate increase. I now need $6 million right now. Then we have our just generic annual O&M costs that we have to recoup every year. And it's also based off anticipated how much water we're going to sell. If it's not a lot of water, that could greatly impact the cost of that water. So it's going to be a balance that we need to make sure we have enough demand and enough customers to make sure it's viable and we're going to get our return on investment. And it'll require, again, as we indicated, a rate study to be completed, which is something we plan to bring back to you at the next council meeting, which will also review water and sewer rates. So we're going to do it all in one review, so we can get an update and see where we stand and financially within our rates as a city for all our infrastructure, or for all our funds, excuse me. Other options for recycled water. This is the other part of the discussion that we have. JCSD, but we're calling it RCRA now at this point, they initiated a process. They're building a recycled water system to serve Eastvale. So they were already developing a plan to build a pump station at RCRA, a large main line that's going to take it north and then filter in through their city. But we basically now at this point, they've asked all the member agencies of RCRA, are you interested in participating in this pump station? Do you have a desire or need? Because there is potential places we can either sell or place that water in Chino Basin. So we could send recycled water south. If we build a boost station, it would send water south or north. Corona's very interested. They want to get their water back when they send it to RCRA. Certainly Norco, we have direct use. So partial that bump station would send it south. Another part of that station would send it north to JCSD for direct use. It would also send it north potentially to selling it to Inland Empire Utilities Agency. They have expressed an interest in it. And then also what we have an interest in, so does JCSD, is actually use an Inland Empire Utilities Agency, because they're the ones who recharge the basins up there with their recycled water. Is we want to get them to take our water in the south, put it in the north in the basin, and we add that to our storage, which eventually, if we need to, we could sell it to other member agencies who need water because they're pumping more than their rights allow. So it becomes an asset for the city. But unfortunately, currently, there is no agreement yet. There's nothing in our hands that even gives us an idea of what that might look like or if it's going to be a reality. It's just something we've talked about. And then at some point, though, we will need to have a financial commitment. JCSD is moving forward with their project regardless. And this is the time we have to figure out. So we're going to come back to you with more information when we have it, that are we choosing to commit to using that infrastructure, and what additional capacity we want in pumps and the size of the main line they're going to send north. We're all kind of right now guessing about what that might be and whether or not we should participate, because it could end up being a stranded asset if nothing ever happens. So we might invest a couple $1 million and then nothing ever comes to fruition. So we're trying to get more facts and information before we 100% commit, but we have given informal commitments that we are very interested in their work, and they're designing based off of our interest in participating. But there's some critical timelines. So again, if we were to do something with RCRA, i.e. JCSD as a project, it wouldn't even be constructed in 2025. So if we had an interest in doing water now, or within the next 6 months to a year, by doing our own infrastructure improvements with the existing lift station that we could rehab, that's kind of the thing we're trying to balance of, do I spend my money now and get us running, or do I wait and spend my money in the larger station? And so we're working on that, again, the ROI on that, to verify what is something we're going to recommend to you as far as benefit. Do we continue to wait a few more years, or we just do it now and just start using it? We could upgrade our existing booster station by probably October 23. Like I said, the plans are basically done right now. I can go out to bid. It's really going to be about available materials. I would hope I get it done by June, but everything's getting very delayed, especially when it comes to pumps and valves. It may be pushed, so I've made it a push that time frame out, but it gives you an idea of where we'd be at. And then even if we did that, I want to highlight again, we could serve the Navy immediately, but we still need to do a lot of work in order to serve the parks, and that's probably an 18-month process if we started it now by doing design of that and sizing the ultimate size of that reservoir and pneumatic station and determining a proper location at Neil Snipes' property of where we'd place that. Again, trying to understand potential future use of that area. If there is anything, any change, we want to make sure it balances whatever's going to happen there in the future, if anything. And so that would take about 18 months. So that wouldn't even be done to 2024 as far as when I think you could get water to the parks. So you're closer to the date of when you're off when JCSD might or RCRA might have their master facility up. So for feedback and direction, really what I want to understand is, number one is, does the council want an active recycled water system to provide water to the Navy and city facilities? As we've developed it now, do you want it to get fully developed so at least those facilities can use water, recycled water, understanding that there are improvements we still need to do to make it viable, i.e. we need to figure out what, if it's yes, then we can say, okay, what needs to be done? In this case, we certainly need to do a rate study to figure out what's the cost going to be for the customers, which is at this point would be the city and the Navy. And then it's going to be which booster station stereo do we go with? Are we going to go with just rehabbing ours, or are we going to wait and do the group booster station and what our cost might be there? And then it's also, we still need the reservoir and the pneumatic tank and all the various system improvements that I discussed earlier. So that's a financial commitment that we have to say, look, if we want this, we definitely have to do the last one to even provide water to just those facilities, those 3 parks and Ingalls and the Navy. So those 5 locations, and we need to identify where we're going to get those funds from. We have to figure out, when we do this investment, where are we taking it from to build that? Because that'll be included in our rate structure. We're going to want to obviously pay back that particular fund and make sure that the revenue's going to that particular fund, to whether it's, let's say it's in the water fund. We want to make sure that if that revenue that's coming from that is paying back that investment. So staff's recommendation on this issue is we need to begin the rate study ASAP, so we can get some ideas of what that value of that water is going to be. So we can, that'll really tell us if our system is viable. But we need to have a professional develop that and tell us, based upon all these improvements we need to do, what is going to be our cost of water to the customers. So for rate development parameters, staff recommends we exclude what we've already built. It's been sitting there, it's been depreciating. That value of that, just don't even include that as something that the customers should have to pay back. It's a lost cost. But we do need to include the future construction costs that would be basically paid back or repayment to the applicable fund over a 30-year period. And we include appropriate O&M and future capital replacements, so that make sure we have money in the future. Those are our base recommendations when it comes to developing the rate. We recommend that. Last? Oh, all right. So some pending issues to think about also is should Norco participate in funding RCRA's Northerly Booster Station? Again, that's just the piece that sends it north. The goal is to either sell water to IUA or place it in stores. That's our only motivation. There's really only one customer, which is Inland Empire's Utilities Agency. But there is no current deal on the table, so it's still, we're all wondering what we might be able to get. And, so it could be a stranded asset if no deal is done, and Norco's construction contribution won't even be determined until June of 23. So unfortunately, there's a lot of dates there, and when it's going to be shifting, there's no finite number of what the cost is going to be. So, but I at least wanted to give you the basic kind of where we stand. We have been working on this. Certainly, Norco's been pushing on this since I arrived, because we already had our infrastructure, we already had our plant, we already had our existing agreement with RCRA to take the water. We just couldn't get the state permit. And as much as we tried to push our general partners on developing the plan for a master booster station, it really didn't get anywhere until finally JCSD pushed the issue because they're just going to build one. They were tired of waiting and they needed to do it. So we're now all kind of getting together. We've had multiple meetings. We've had 3 large workshops where all the parties are trying to hammer out the deal points of how we're going to use recycled water, how it's going to be shifted to one agency to another or sold to somebody else. We're working out all those dynamics that eventually go back to the board for review and approval. We've been doing it at executive level. But the clock is still ticking. JCSD has acquired quite a bit of money through grants through various agencies to pay for most of their infrastructure. So they're just moving forward, and they're just at this point saying, if you want to piggyback with us, they need to know now. So we'll definitely be coming back to you as soon as we get more information. I have a meeting next week with JCSD and the group to talk about hopefully some actual numbers for what it might cost for that participating in the booster station and the pipeline. So at least we can maybe do some projections of what we might be able to do. But again, until we get a deal done with Inland Empire, we know what we're selling it for. That'll be an important factor to determine what our return investment might be. So, but part of this is I want to make sure that I want to understand your desires and expectations for the recycled system as a base. What do you want and expect it to do? And then also as a minimum, and then what about the future in what you expect from us to expand it if we do or can, and how we might do that. But like I said, I wanted to at least get us started off and give you a base because it's been a long time since we've talked about it. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Chad. Robin, you want to start? Questions?
So Chad, on the existing connection to the Navy, it says $250,000. So if we were to do that upgrade, at what point in time would that be kind of paid back to us as far as, them purchasing water? Is it like 5 years, 10 years, or?
It's part of that discussion because if it turns out we're only going to do that piece, then their rate will be based off of what it costs us to do the booster pump and that piece to get their connection upgraded. And it may turn out when I talk to them, hey, your rate for this is now $4 a unit. And obviously, they don't want that. They can get regular potable water for $2.70. So a lot of it is my obligation to somehow get them a number, but I'd like to get them a number that is actually a system, and we're using more water, and I might be selling the other part of it that helps subsidize that. There's so many variables. I'm at least trying to highlight what needs to be done if we're going to do it and have a functional system. But I don't have the numbers yet that tells me what that might be. That's the difficult part, is kind of trying to put you on the spot a little bit of, give me an idea of the grand scale of what you would think this could be. I can make what we have work. I just need to put money into it, and I can bring water to those locations we talked about. Absolutely. Beyond that, it's major construction to bring main lines north, south, wherever you want to go, to the college, schools, which is a different discussion, and we can expand over time if we ever want to do that, if we got our system up and running. And if you get more users on it, it may or may not change the rate. It likely won't because you're adding more capital cost that has to be paid back. So you're trying to keep that rate stable in what you have. So it's, like I said, the Navy's also just wondering what's it going to cost them, and I just don't have that answer yet because if it's just them, the number is going to be probably more than they want to pay. That doesn't make economic sense for them.
So we're asked to give a policy direction with little to no hard facts today.
Yeah.
Right now, I don't think we have enough. Run some scenarios. That kind of capital cost. So we kind of need to know what you're most interested in. Start to do some work on that.
Right, I get that. I just feel like we're being asked to make a decision without accurate and complete information, which I don't think is necessarily fair for us to have to do that. So if you want a list of questions that I want answered, but when you come back, whenever that is, I can give you a list of questions, and then just bring the information back, I guess, for that. So.
That ends our discussion.
And we can probably, what we do is, we just assume a baseline that the infrastructure internally, we have to do that anyway to make it work. We'll get a dollar number for what that is, and then we'll baseline it, assuming we rehab our system. If it makes sense financially to join in with the group, that just switches that one piece out, and we can at least say, hey, here's projected what our rate would be if it was just the 5 users using water, and we put in the financial investment. Here's what our rate's going to be based off of that. Nothing else that we're selling it or doing anything particular with it. It's just only what we sell, and here's where we stand. I mainly just wanted to understand that there was still a desire and support for a recycled water system. If there was some generic, and also understanding what is your future desires, that if we started this, so I can be thinking long term about what we do and how we partner with potential projects, i.e. like Corona. If I have Corona, if Corona's willing to build the infrastructure, or we partner in that, and that helps me serve the LMDs, well, I want to be able to tell you how much it's going to cost to put the infrastructure, the pipes in the ground, and if we do that, then the question is do we pay for that? Because it's a different scenario. Do the LMDs pay for that? Because it benefits them only at that point? Is it because they're not connected to the distribution system, because it's coming from basically the reservoir we build? So for this, like I said, I've gone back and forth the recycled water system for years because there's so many variables that make it complicated. But I don't think we've ever gotten once, I think with the council, as far as just simply saying, look, do you want us to spend the time to make it work financially? If we can, then put it in regardless, because it's a good thing, or it's not, like City Manager again, it's not the business we're interested in being, because it's going to be so nominal of what we're doing. It's probably not worth the effort to do.
All right, so a couple things from me then. Number one, I'd like to know what impacts state restrictions on water would have specifically on the recycled system. And I want to know, big picture, can that recycled water somehow be plumbed into the irrigation meters that exist around town for agricultural uses? And I know that's way, way, way down the line, but we're just gonna throw things out there. And then return on investment, like I'd like a menu. If you're gonna do this, it's gonna cost this. If you're gonna do this, like I think we should have a menu of what those things are, so that we can pick and choose. So that's it.
Ted?
So, when I was at RCRA, Chad, we had a big plan at that time. Western wanted to do the recharge from the RCRA station to the Chino Basin. That was poo-pooed, wasn't it? I mean, they didn't do anything with it. Or is that the IEUA project?
There was never a plan there was a plan that came forth to try to do the booster station at the time they did the upgrade of the plant, when they expanded the plant. There was also a plan was brought forth to do a booster station, but that got killed at that time. There wasn't an interest in doing it by the member agencies. Norco was interested in it as far as wanted to get something going, but the member groups weren't in there because JCSD didn't have a plan for recycled water at that point. They weren't envisioning doing something with Eastvale, so they didn't want to build something that was going to sit. Corona was certainly interested in it because eventually they envisioned bringing their water back, but there was no end user, so that kind of really not got any legs.
And that's right, because that's what we were thinking is so much, like when I said it was recharging the basin. That was the big thing, is making sure that the basin stays, and that's why they use the recycled water, let it filter through, and recharge it. That was the goal at that time?
No, again, the recharging the basin, we're talking about the Chino Basin, right?
Yeah.
it only benefits certain members, which is basically Norco and JCSD, because we're the only ones that have rights in the Chino Basin. So for home gardens, doesn't benefit them because they can't recharge. They're not allowed to.
No.
Corona can't. Western, I don't know if they can or can't. They kind of came in as a later member agency, so I'm not sure their rights. So in that regard, that desire to do that really only benefits, because our replenishment requirements, because of our desalters, really benefits JCSD and Norco if we were to do that. As an agency, RCRA, it doesn't really benefit the majority of the group. It's really just two parties. But
Well,
it's something we were very interested in doing if it could be done.
well, I know that's how JCSD got funded part of this, because that was their project on Prop 1, was those funds. They got their for it just because they were doing that. So that's,
Right. With Inland Empire,
Yeah, with
they were a joint application to
Yeah.
the state and the wow, was it
OWA.
OWA?
OWA, one water, one watershed. So then let's go to the Navy. Seeing Tony today, Tony Winicki, you know, we were talking about the uses of the water there. We know that the lake does not percolate, so thus it just sits there, evaporates. But interesting thing is then their irrigation, if they were to expand out, and this is their thing, their area they do have their irrigation, especially their series of little ponds they used to have those, they do percolate, because it's the water put in and boom, the water goes out. That's a good thing, because then slow recharge of the water table. Not the most scientific way, maybe not the fastest way, but at least the water is going back into the ground. So, in all in essence, if I was looking at one project, I would look at getting that water to that. Also, that's good tertiary water versus what they're getting now.
Yeah, it's better quality water because it's treated high tertiary water versus what's coming from our non-potable well, which has a lot of iron and manganese in it,
Yeah.
which has impacted their water quality, where they have to treat it $100,000 so a year, I think. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
hot water.
and it's
and
hot water, yeah.
Yeah, and
So they really don't want it.
no,
But
don't
again,
want
they're
it.
not complaining because it's free right now, but, you know, we haven't been
No,
charging
so
them.
and the way I look at it is I look at the benefit of recharging that lake, and that because if they set up an agreement with the Cal Fire, then they have a source of water there for aerial refueling, you know, for the water, because they've talked about that before. That was something they'd have to do with the MOU, and there we go. So that's my thing on those two. And you and I've had discussions before. It's sad that we put all that money into that 5th Street line going all the way up to Ingalls. And it sat there. And I know what it was for. It's a long time ago when the LMDs were just started up in the hills in LMD4. Yeah, we're going to redo this park. Pikes Peak will all be on recyclable water. Ingalls Park will all be up there. The guys started putting in pink pipe and everything else, and never stopped. Never finished. You know, we were a city of unfinished projects for years. So, but now that's very costly, because you got to put it up there, and it's expensive to put it up there. And you and I have had that conversation before. But what do? Do we look at future investments? And I'm throwing this out. The cost of potable versus recyclable for dust control and for the use up there, other than people or animals. How do we justify it when we're in a drought situation or anything like that? How do we keep using potable water on areas where we don't need it? And I'm not just talking about irrigation. I'm talking about the dust control and things like that. Is it expensive? I just trying to figure it out. So those are things that I would like back on that, to see where, and not only that, but it's also a point of public perception. And eventually the state, if they keep hammering down here, you can't use, you weren't here when we were restricted on,
Oh, yeah.
when we were using the water trucks up there. You couldn't put down for dust. Seriously. Yeah. So I mean, but that's our facility. Those are questions that I'm going to ask, and then that I'd like to see. And like Robin said, we need that cost decision in what we have, because it's those wells I know we put in, and Bill put them in. I remember when they were talking about and then we let them go. So shame on us. But I do agree with you as far as selling the stuff to Corona or JCSD in any excess. So keep some of the costs, at least, because JCSD is going to put it in for Basin recharging, I know Corona is, correct?
Yeah, Corona uses it for their infrastructure, but primarily for their existing infrastructure, but primarily they envision using it as part of their recharge.
Yeah.
JCSD, not again, their immediate use is going to be for their residents. If they can get agreement for recharge and get it up into the basin, Chino Basin, they will also put water there.
And the last thing is, when I was up Hidden Valley, they talked about getting their ponds back charged up at Hidden Valley, and that's for riparian and the migratory birds. And they had talked about, wow, it's too bad we can't get near. They don't have no source. I know it would cost very expensive to take that line all the way up over there, and Riverside wasn't going to give it to them. So that may be far out, but that I don't know how much water they would use to do it, and maybe they should be the ones stealing it out of the Senate River and Orange
Hidden
County.
Valley, you're talking about the stuff in the northeast corner.
No,
of
I'm
the
talking
city?
about the park, Hidden Valley, the nature preserve,
That's I'm trying to make sure that's up near Arlington.
on the other side of the cemetery,
Next to
Yeah,
the
that's,
nursery.
I was making sure.
next to the nursery.
I'm not thinking Hidden Valley.
No,
Street.
no,
Talking about that,
no,
that
I'm talking
preserve
about-
area. Okay.
Yeah, they had expressed interest at one time in recharging those ponds up there. So I know for us that's a far out, but I was saying that would have been if we had it when we look down the future. How do we do it? Because that's on our upside of our own basin where you're taking your water out of the Santa Ana and keeping a water charge. So at least that type of thing. Because Pat Vernola is not putting water in there anymore since they don't farm that area anymore. All right. Thank you.
Catherine?
I have a number of questions. So we invested 3.8 million before, and that's a sunk cost. How did we? And I guess I'm asking philosophically because recycled water is an investment, right? And if we do a rate study and it's some crazy amount of money that it would cost for recycled water, that it would kill the project, but yet in the past we spent 3.8 million and we never sold a drop of recycled water. So where does the trade-off come? Are there ways then to manipulate how that's spread out to make it a little more viable? And we would look at that to see, okay. Okay, and that was my next question, right? A big piece of this is there infrastructure money available? Because we hear that there's money out for recycled water projects, but could we get some of it for a project to do exactly that, to make it viable? Because I certainly want to use our recycled water, right? We're just sending it down the Santa Ana River, but we want to find a way that makes that financially viable. Can we charge the Navy for the well water they're using?
Technically, yes, we could. There's not a requirement to provide the Navy free water. It was started before I was here, and we just continued on because it's a nominal cost to us, and it's just trying to be a good partner in that because we exchanged the properties, and so we've not made an issue of it. But technically, there's nothing. The only requirement in our current agreement that gave us that property and provided other services to the Navy says that if we use the lake as a storage facility, meaning we put water in and then we take water out, then it's free. They get the benefit of that water. Otherwise, the water we're providing of whatever source actually should be or could be paid for. And we've advised them of that. They understand that. We reviewed the agreement, so they clarified.
And we're
that.
not using the lake currently to store water, correct?
Because if we did, we'd have to actually treat that water and have to build a treatment plant because now you have surface water, which it has a lot of migratory birds. That's water that's got to be really treated to high levels. So that's just not an investment I ever want to make.
The common booster station with JCSD and other RCRA entities, does that eliminate the need for ours?
That's a potential, yeah. And that's what we're trying to balance of. And it depends what we're trying to do, meaning we can do the booster station and it's just for us to send our water south, and we can still invest in the booster station that's going to send water north. So, but they do plan to build a booster station that will pump both north and south, at least Corona, because Corona needs that booster station just for their water. We would partner in that portion of cost for the booster station that's going to send water south and to get our water into our system, and we'd all operate off of that booster system that would be managed by RCRA. So it's just a question of, I don't know what they're going to charge me. I don't know what the costs are, versus what I might do on my existing system, upgrading that, because I'm just upgrading at this point, assuming everything ends up working fine, is my pumps and some of my valves, and then I'm moving forward because most of my infrastructure is there. Where on the other one, I'm paying for all the infrastructure, the whole kit and caboodle that's there, plus all the electrical that has to be done. It's all new, so we're going to be paying for other things. So I'm trying. That's why I'd love to say this one's a better economic value because I can do this one for $5 million, but they want $2 million for my participation here.
People put in, yeah. It's cheaper if more people. Yeah.
Coming close because, we're meeting next week to talk about hopefully dollars finally. Well, here's your contribution potentially. They plan to have their design done so they can go to construction in June. That's their deadline. They want it out so they can go out and get it bids because then it's going to take them a good year and a half, 2 years to get it constructed. Because it's not just a boost station, it's all the pipeline that just to get it up north, et cetera, that we're buying into. So I'm hopeful we'll have some information soon, at least get an idea so we can really start judging that our existing plan to do our own is probably financially better, or we just take that one piece and we only invest a little bit in the north portion. I wish it wasn't there, honestly, because I just go forward with my project and move on. But I don't want to make an ill financial decision because I was doing something in haste. And I'll put it out there just to make it a little more complicated. I've recently had discussions with JCSD because they're very interested in our infrastructure that goes through Eastvale, all the way up to our wells that are up near Belgrave. I have a well field that's up there, and we don't use those wells. They haven't been active in a long time. And I have that pipeline that sends water. Once the bridge project is done, my intention is to abandon that line because I no longer need it. I have connections with CDA and my lines going through the bridge. I don't really need that infrastructure, but they're interested in it. I'm potentially buying it and using it for their recycled water system. So there may be an opportunity where we may exchange something, or they pay us directly, and then I can use that money to fund the booster station, or they simply, I give you this, you pay my portion of this. And that discussion has just started, so there's another variable that might help me and the council decide what we want to do. So there's always these pieces moving that's never the same board, and so it's frustrating, but we're actively trying to get something going.
So I think I read in your PowerPoint the bullet point. So just to clarify on, they're coming up with an estimate for the construction soon, but then they are going out to bid. So the exact contribution won't be determined until we get bids back in June 2023.
Right.
But they will want us to commit before the bids come back.
Yes, we will give a commitment because if they're going to oversize this, they don't want, and people are going to back out, then they don't want to build.
They're going to, okay, so they're going to, okay,
So
that makes
based
sense.
off of the engineer's estimate, whether we think
Okay.
it's a reasonable number, it's going to be a conservative number. And who knows what's going to happen even when you go to bid, it comes in higher because things are coming in higher. So we're going to do our best in evaluating that number. It's going to be conservative and good. Look, this is a reasonable number that we can fund.
So
it
they will
and it
scale
won't
it
impact our
down
prices.
if nobody else wants to go in with them.
Can you say that?
Like they'll scale down the booster, the
Absolutely.
capacity of the booster, right? To cut the costs.
Line, they'll
Okay.
scale it down.
So it's
because
not like there would be an opportunity to later say,
No.
hey, we want to pay you to use your booster station. There won't be capacity for us.
They've said they're not going to overbuild it if nobody wants to participate and expect to participate later. So
Okay, last question. Do you know of any places that require parks or golf courses or agriculture to use recycled water?
there
Given that we are in a
locations
drought?
that make it if you're new or something's coming in, you're going to recycle water. So if you have a park that your building's part of a development, it has to be on recycled water. So there's definitely cities or entities that have that requirement that this has to be plumbed for this, etc. So they do exist. I do know there's no restrictions on the use of recycled water. I mean, it's being promoted, and I don't expect there ever will, because there's only one approved use of it, which is for irrigation or recharge. There is, I mean, again, the idea of the question of future use for potable, totally different discussion, but there's definitely no restrictions on recycled water I've heard coming down the pipe at all. I mean, they're strongly encouraging to figure out how to develop recycled water systems, and so it puts a less burden on potable. So I have not heard anything that talks about, minimizing that. It's true.
Yeah.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Kevin?
I've been dealing with this since I was a Park and Rec commissioner. 2 weeks, the water's coming. So the world has totally changed since then. We thought that was going to be the be-all, end-all recycled water. We're going to do all our parks and everything, and it just didn't happen. So the problem with the Lake Norconian is that it's those minerals that are floating to the top, and I can totally understand why they want to solve that problem. But part of the problem is they don't use their feeders. They don't use the mirror ponds that actually go into it. And as I understand it, Don Grenda, who we were talking to, Lori, that's actually why they're looking at those water features. The issue with the Lake Norconian is, you have to remember the 2005 BRAC. They were supposed to pull back to 80 acres, and they were supposed to dispose of all of the land, and that happened to coincide with the closing of the prison. And that's why a major corporation was going to buy that, and we were in the middle of taking over that property for $1. And Admiral Herring was the one that was doing all that. He retired. Admiral French came aboard. The correctional officers won, and the whole thing ended literally in one day. In fact, Commander Lauper was the one that organized the whole thing. One of the things it's telling is they wanted to expand into the northern end. They no longer want to create a new lab out of the chauffeur's quarters, which tells me that, because I thought, well, they're moving north again, and so it makes me nervous. I don't want to lose the lake, and I'm afraid that the Navy could make the decision that, well, this lake's just too expensive, it costs too much. So I'm kind of wondering what the cost of maintaining it now is, as opposed to if we began to run recycled water into it. I'd like to know what their yearly cost is to keep it clean. There's probably, the lake at its deepest is about 10 feet, but it generally runs between 6 and 8 feet, and I figure 3 feet of that is duck poop. So the JCSD deal, I have to wonder how real that is. Is Eastvale plumbed for recycled water?
So they're going to build the entire infrastructure as part of their project. That's what all their grant and money they're using is to build it all through there, to take it to their entire park system through town.
And plus they have the Amazon money, which they might be able to dip into also.
That's Eastvale, not JCSD. So JCSD and Eastvale don't cooperate very well. But
Oh, okay.
it's basically, this is JCSD doing it themselves. They're not partnering with
I don't know why I
Eastvale.
thought JCSD serviced quite a bit of Eastvale.
All of Eastvale. Yeah.
So why are they, oh, got it. So they can't take the money from the city to help put that stuff in. That's what I meant. I mean,
Good.
okay. What's the advantage of recycled at Wayne Macon and Neil Snipes long term? I mean, if a state suddenly decides, I mean, we're running out of water. And Lori, one of the things that Andy was going to put together is the Western Municipal Water District is now doing presentations at all the cities, and I'd love to have that where they're trying to get the governor to build storage facilities. And what I'd like to do is great.
To that question, Kevin, normally that I've seen when you're doing drought conditions and there's restrictions on reducing water, I think in almost every case, if you have a facility that's plumbed, a park to recycle water, you don't have to cut back because it's a source that's not impacted. It's not for potable use. So I've seen it to where you get exemptions to that. So there's a benefit into it that you have reliability. Hopefully, it's a lower cost, and which allows you to potentially even use more water, depending on your budget, because maybe you've already been cut down and it's not looking so good, but now you can actually water more frequent, keep it up. So there's definitely benefits of getting on recycle if we can make it economical. it also makes you hardened, reliant, and not reliant on potable. You're very independent and can keep operating.
So it's the same as it was even when I was a commissioner, because that's what they told us 15, 20 years ago. State restrictions, is there a possibility? Well, you just answered my question. State restrictions on potable may not apply to non-potable water, and we would be ahead of the curve. Is it possible that every city at some point the state might force us? One of the things that we know the legislature likes to do is they demand that we do certain things but don't give us any money. Is it possible they may do something like that in water? Your crystal ball, how's that working?
Like Robin said, it's California. You never know what they may throw at you. But I mean, some agencies just physically impossible. You know, it's just you don't have a source to get to because there's some agencies where the Waller sewer goes 3 cities down, and how do they get that water back? You know, it's not possible. So it's just, you know, but who knows? It's California.
Okay.
Can I add to that though before you go on? Another sort of corollary to your question that Chad and I have talked about is there's been talk for years about the opportunity to use recycled water and blend it in with potable, right?
Right.
It's really a lot, primarily a psychological barrier that exists in the marketplace. And so 20 years ago, this would never happen. You'll never use recycled water, blend with potable, use it, to recharge Basin. But here we are facing drought. So one of the sort of the risks, if you will, is that if the state were to say, all this recycled water agencies, you can now use it, you can do groundwater recharge with it, you can blend it with potable, you can give it one more phase of treatment and just inject it in your potable system, that could kind of upend the business case for recycled water at that time. Now, do we know that that's happening? No. But at some point, does that enter the conversation? Maybe. So that's just a risk. I don't think it's a high risk at this time, but it's something to keep in mind.
So, again, that's another where I'm going, is to sort of chime in with Catherine. We're looking at maybe possibly a long-term investment being ahead of the curve. Grant funding, I'm assuming we're looking for Eastvale, again, ahead of the curve. The mirror feed I talked about. The potable versus recycled you answered. If there ever is a time when the U.S. Navy stays behind I don't know if you guys know this, but there's 80 acres, and they actually have all of these, that 80 acres has all of these barriers so that you can't penetrate it, and it can't be, you can't have, people stealing secrets through whatever. And in fact, the 2 lab buildings, I've got pictures of their construction, you literally can't penetrate it. It's very hard to even use a phone on that property. There's none of that outside the 80 acres. That's why there's nothing that's of a certain classification category outside that. That's one of the problems with the laboratory they built in the old garage. The anticipation is that someday it's very possible that, particularly if Calvert goes and ceases to protect the base, it may someday downsize, so we may well end up with that lake. So maybe we're making an investment if we do this. Storage, you answered that question. Are we still using so we're not using Belgrade?
No, we've stopped using those. I almost probably at the same time, 05 time frame. They have very high nitrates, require treatment, and we only get 250 acre feet of right in Chino Basin, so it's really not worthwhile to even develop a treatment process for that little bit of water. So they were abandoned, a long time ago. The infrastructure is technically still there. 2 of the wells, everything's been removed. One of them still has some infrastructure, but they're not a viable source because the contamination is pretty bad over there. Really high nitrates.
Okay, I was just curious. And then, should we are woefully in the state of California. We're in deep trouble in terms of our water resources and our storage in particular. Would it behoove us, and again, get out your crystal ball, if there were no water in other communities, does it behoove us to get ahead of the curve and begin to put in the infrastructure and do that investment to be ready for an event in which all of a sudden they just start shutting water off? Would you say, just in your opinion, is it worth the investment to fill the lake, take care of the parks we can get to now, in the event that the state legislature doesn't act.
As long as we can get the dollar, the per unit, the price to make it reasonable, I definitely think it's important to do this project, and because it helps reduce the impacts and need for potable water on our system. And so if we can take out 500 acre feet a year, that's a decent reduction in what we provide. You know, especially if there's any expansion, you know, that we see, and we're concerned about not having water supply to justify projects. Having an offset there, and again, that's some of the things depending on projects, which is an interesting we have to always look at, is that as projects come in, depending on their water demand, we can put conditions on them, or the state requires certain conditions if you use a certain amount of water, that you have to offset your demand with either contributions to reductions, which means, you know, if they paid, let's say, $500,000 or $1 million towards our recycled water system to develop recycled water to take out other people, so let's say they were paying to take our parks off of potable, that's their contribution they have to just to come in. So they're basically saying, okay, instead of them using potable, you've paid for them to now get on recycled water. That is their buy-in. So they've basically acquired water for their purposes, or they fund rebates, or they do different things. There's different mechanisms companies or entities could use if they come in. But there's always a threshold there. If they're using 500 acre feet or more, they have to do a water supply plan and study that we review, and part of that will include, what are you going to do to offset your demands? How are you going to do that? And they have to legally, you know, identify what they're going to do and how they're going to do that. So there's other ways we can contribute things, but I think for us right now, we tried to be ahead of the game before and we got bit. And you know, because of politics.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning we put our infrastructure in 05, 08, and we never got a chance to use it because the state couldn't give us a permit because of the litigation and the process. We finally got it. Now the point is, at this point, we just need to get our individual permit from the state, which is already basically in the queue, and we can get that done when we're ready to pull the trigger if we go forward. So we can reasonably get our system up and running and start providing water. Whether or not we become a provider to something else or somebody else, I don't know how we would do that or how we would store water.
So, and I only have two more questions after this. So, if other cities aren't as prepared as we are, would they then become customers? Is it possible?
Potentially, if we have infrastructure, for example, if we have our pipeline that goes across town, if Riverside is in need for recycled water on their end of town, and they want that, and they're willing to build the pipeline for us that would take it to our boundary, and now they become a customer where we're basically sending water to Riverside. There's an example if that would happen, because they didn't want to bring all that infrastructure across town, but they needed it for a specific need over there. There's always a potential.
That would be ironic because they threatened to shut. In fact, they did. They shut off our water because we didn't believe in the RTRP. And then for Lori, is it possible or feasible or prudent to maybe subsidize some of this with Measure R?
I think that it's important to think about how an investment buying down the cost of the system would make sense. So that might be Measure R, absolutely. That could be general fund, it could be special revenue, and it could be grants or even state appropriation that we seek. But I think generally where you're headed, I think it really could make sense to buy down that one-time investment.
And then finally, I don't know if we're going to actually, it seems we're moving to a centralized government, which tells me that we're going to have less and less and less ability to govern, which is a huge mistake, but it's what's happening. So about 200 people are going to be running the entire state of California. That said, is it at our advantage to make these investments and be at less mercy to the state of California should they come in and begin to, you know, make all kinds of demands? If we have stuff in place, and the truth of the matter is what we're proposing, it seems to me, for a city our size, we're way ahead of the curve. I mean, to have our own waterworks is unbelievable. But what do you think?
Oh, it's absolutely prudent. If we can do this, we should. Because again, it reduces the demand on our potable water, which again, we know at any time the state can come in and say, you now have to reduce 30% again, like they did when I initially came on. That was already enacted. And we were doing reports to the state to show how we're reducing, and we never reached the 30% goal. You know, it just wasn't reasonable with our community, with our large lots, with our animal. But again, that's their generic stamp you with something, you got to do this, but not recognizing we're unique in our needs. But we went through it, we got through it fine. The state never came down on us, but they can come down at any time. So whatever we can do to reduce, and again, I think it's important to do. In the end, all I want to be able to identify is that it's cost effective to the users who are using it, and we're not using it and subsidizing it because it's such a high cost through another source or another fund when it's really $5 a unit, but we're subsidizing it just so we can say we use recycled water. I don't think that's a smart thing to do. So the goal is trying to come back to you and give you a menu of things. Say, look, here's what we think we can do. If we shift this, we reduce that. This changed the number, so we have some better information where you can really make decisions about, yes, go that direction. But like I said, I think the overall thing what we want to get is, yes, from you is develop the system, figure it out, give us options, but we do want to keep going forward on this.
Well, Robin, to Robin's point and what you just said, we are trying to preserve an animal keeping agricultural. I mean, now we're hoping that maybe Norco will go back to its roots in terms of agriculture. We're going to need water for that. For me, I think that we need to put in the infrastructure to the lake, and I personally do, and I think we also need to move forward and begin to at least plumb to the parks and look at what that's going to cost. I would support that, but I think the Lake Norconian, if it ever comes free, I think we want it to be as nice as possible. You know, we've been hearing for years the Navy base might close, and now the prison, they're closing one building, but what I'm understanding from the correctional officers is that they anticipate that it's very possible the prison, this is just the first step. And what's happening is there's a layer of retirements happening, and they have a whole, this is a place where a lot of officers retire out of, and so as those officers retire, that may be the move to close down more of that facility, which, as we all know, has some pretty dramatic buildings that someday might be pretty amazing to use. And I'm not saying we're doing that. I got in trouble last time I did that. But, so anyway, that's my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for indulging me.
So I'm going to start with the assumption that the RCRA lawsuit is settled with Orange County.
Yes.
Okay.
That's how we
after
actually got it.
all those years.
Because we settled it, then the state gave us our
Right.
permit.
Okay. Not being a fan of RCRA as far as partnering with them in any manner, just because of they have no regard for cost whatsoever. And if they say it's $1 today, it's $10 tomorrow. But
To clarify, my understanding at this time, because most of the money is tied in with JCSD, that particular project will be built by JCSD and then eventually taken over by
right.
RCRA. Just to clarify as far as cost.
well, and that
Get your point 1,000%.
okay. So I think we've touched on it with JCSD is some type of pro forma of, you know, what is this going to cost from JCSD's perspective, that they're in it to make money. Okay. But if there's going to be a turnover then of that system and partnering with RCRA, that also concerns me. Just because that additional burden and cost in the future. But let's be a little more to specifics. When you had a number in here on our infrastructure on the pumps, that if I remember correctly, when you were the new guy and you wanted to upgrade those boosters, I thought we were at $1 million on those pumps.
It was like
X
it was like
years ago.
800,000, but that was also upgrading. It was a full upgrade of the electrical and everything else, which
Right.
we realized we don't need to do at this point. We're just taking the old pumps new. It was to basically upsize it to even be bigger to pump more water, and we're like, we don't have a demand to need the full amount if we wanted to.
All right,
it's
so that's
basically
why I was questioning your $500,000 here,
basically
because
downsized it.
Okay.
from what we wanted to expand to just basically duplicate what's there.
Okay, but we still have redundancy.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Back on our facilities up at Swan Lake by Belgrave, would you have any idea how many acre feet Silver Lakes uses on those CDA wells that were given to them?
I don't have a specific number because but in the past we've looked at it. It's about an acre a day on average,
Okay.
based off time of year. So they use about 320 to 350 acre feet a year.
And you were saying that that produces 250 acre feet?
Our rights in Chino Basin is maxed at 250 acre feet.
This is off of the Swan Lake.
The
system.
well, it doesn't matter where we pump.
Right,
In Chino Basin, we
right.
can pump 250 acre feet.
Okay.
In this case, we used to use those facilities. Plus,
Right.
we had a well 6 that was across from from the Silver Lakes property, which
Right.
we've abandoned. So it's just
Okay.
when I say the 250, it's just a right that we have in Chino Basin, no matter where we get
Right.
it from.
Okay. I don't know. To me, because I know we kept that infrastructure active when we were doing the boring under the river and all of that.
Yeah,
I believe.
it's still active. Well,
Right.
the pipeline is active. The wells have not been active
Right.
since 05.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. So I was just kind of thinking maybe that's something we hold on to. You had mentioned maybe selling that back to JCSD, but that may help us in the future just to hold on to that if we ever had to supply Silver Lakes.
With what kind of water?
Water that's high in nitrates. Okay.
To me, I believe that entire line's a huge liability. It's
Okay.
it's something that I would advocate if we could get rid of. We don't need it because we've secured all our sources on our side of the river to where they are, whether it's going through the bridge or underneath with Western's connection. All our connections to CDA, Western, are now on
Right.
our side of the river. So the connection that we have all the way up there is really not needed, and that's a whole line of water that really is only potentially serving Silver Lakes. But
Okay.
now that I will have the new line going in the bridge, it really becomes an asset that we are going to be
Right.
maintaining, that we've had break in the past, and it's cost us quite a bit to fix. And it's not just, I don't see the value of it, and if I can get something out of it instead of it just depreciating or it's lost its value at this point, and have somebody else use it, and I can benefit on maybe they pay my share in the new pump station, I think that's a pretty good deal. But yeah, I'm trying not to be short-sighted, but I've looked
Right.
at it a lot.
We'll hold it as a conversation for
Yeah.
the future
I'll
on
put a
that.
note to it, though.
I mean, the goal I like out of all of these is to sell water to the Chino Basin. To me, that's the bank, and that's where we put the money. Do you know how many approximately acre feet we have in storage?
We
right
have
now,
about 800, I think it is.
Okay.
Or maybe 3,000.
And I don't know if this is a water master thing, but do we have a cap on what we can contribute into the basin?
They are managing the basin, so there is a cap, but there's a lot of space in that regard, and we're such a small amount. At least every year our 250 basically gets added back into our pool, and we carry it over, and it keeps adding up. That's why we keep going up every year.
Right.
So that is one of the issues that we would look at as far as whether or not there'd be any type of cap on that. But our amount, I don't see that being an issue in the overall because
Okay.
there's a lot of water in storage and still a lot of capacity for it.
I mean, that's probably the one aspect I'm the most open to is putting that money or putting that water back into the basin, and then we sell it at a premium. As you recall, that we did a few years ago. Ted brought, I want to ask this question, and Ted, you'll have some knowledge of this again when we were just talking about using water up at Engels Park. Does that blue line stream still run? And so we're running 2,000 gallons a day, would you say, or less than?
Yeah, less than right now. It's not running like it did
Okay.
years ago.
I don't know where that would be instead of like running up, like you're saying, new infrastructure up to like Angles. We have a water source that is running right there between the two arenas that is free flowing. And I've never understood why we can't capture that.
I'm not really sure, especially if it's identified as a blue line stream. Is there any restrictions on touching it? If it's just a
Well, I don't,
naturally
I would call
occurring-
it a blue line stream, but all I know is you can pop that lid and you can watch all that water going somewhere that we should be using.
I mean, if there's a possibility to capture it, store it, and then reuse it, I mean, it's just a question of making sure that that's acceptable. It may be simple as, look, all it is an artesian well that's popping up, and any homeowner who has that can use that water, versus drilling down and pumping it and taking it. It's already coming to the surface. It's just capturing
Well,
it.
we know where it starts, but to me, it's always seemed a waste. And when I looked at it with Ted, been a while, it was just seemed silly to just let it go somewhere and not use it.
To redirect that call.
Sounds like a great project for Amanda.
Yeah. But you remember where all the willows were, Kevin? What, kind of that
Right now,
southeast?
that blue line stream daylights,
Right.
and you can see.
Generally,
Yeah.
if you have water appearing on your property, as long as that has not been a source of water that's gone through your property and benefited in a secondary property, say down the road, and it's supporting some sort of wildlife, etc., you could pretty much use
No,
it.
it's not supporting anything.
On your
It's
property,
just-
you can use that water. General rule of ownership of water on your property, you can use that.
Yeah, that was just a sidebar I wanted to throw out. It really got not much to do with this, but it's why aren't we capturing that water? Then you mentioned a rate study. What's the approximate cost of a rate study?
Our current estimate is 86,000. That do all three funds.
Say that number again?
86,000 to all three funds, water, sewer, and recycle, and develop a reclaim rate.
Okay.
And I think that was for $5,000 more than the last time we did it 5 years ago, 6 years ago. So the cost hasn't gone up much.
Okay, I think everything else has been touched. So I think we need to give you some type of direction.
Honestly, I think you actually give me some good direction. I
Okay.
think there's a general interest in wanting to see something developed. It's just about really, does it economic make sense? And we'll try to come back with some better numbers, some menus with the variables, if we do this or that, so we can make a better decision. But like I said, it's mainly just, I want to put this in front of you so you're getting prepared for it. And so hopefully the next time I get very specific over a shorter meeting and says, here's the numbers. What do you want to do? And we can then decide if we're going to give a commitment one way or another.
I mean, I think there's an interest in moving forward, and I'm only speaking for myself. My interest is to protect what we have. I don't mind selling to Corona, and I certainly don't mind feeding the bank in the Chino Basin.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, no, thank you, Chad. Diane, do we have any public comments?
We do not.
Okay. All right. With that, then.
We'll come back.
Okay.
Just another study
Mm-hmm.
and dig in a little more.
Okay.
We'll include kind of what happened.
I have one more question, speaking of RCRA. So you said with JCSD, with their station, if once it's built, then RCRA would maintain it, right? Or operate it.
Yeah, in our discussion.
Would it be the same for our booster station?
The first part, yes. The intent is that probably RCRA would operate it because it's part of the RCRA at the facility. Ours would actually be operated by us because we already have controls for it. So we would just,
So the maintenance as well.
yes, maintenance,
Okay.
everything would be on us.
Thank you.
Put a T in there and go.
It's already in.
There you have it. All right. Okay, with that, we will adjourn to closed session. Thanks for coming, Mike. Appreciate it. Want to take a 5-minute break? Oh, well, I wanted to adjourn for 5 minutes and come back at 6 o'clock. Do you want to say anything?
At 6 o'clock, we will go into closed session on existing litigation, conference with labor negotiator, and anticipated litigation.
Thank you, Colin. Good evening. We'll reconvene the public session. Will the city attorney please report of actions taken in closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In closed session, we did not discuss item number 1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. We did not need to discuss that item. It needs to be taken off. We did discuss items 2 and 3, conference with labor negotiator, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. On both matters, counsel was updated, but no reportable action was taken.
Thank you, Colin. We will now have the Pledge of Allegiance by Mayor Pro Tem Robin Grunmeyer and the invocation by Pastor Rolando Rolla.
Join me in a salute to our flag. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, Pastor. Got it.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Would you please bow your heads and go to prayer with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you this evening for your grace, and we thank you for your mercy, O God. Thank you, Father, for your presence and for allowing us, Father God, to gather in this place tonight. We thank you for life itself, O God, and we thank you for all your blessings, Lord Jesus, that we receive every single day. Lord, I ask tonight, Father God, for your blessings upon this city council, Father God. I pray for everyone gathered here tonight, Lord Jesus. I pray for wisdom upon everyone that will be taking on the agenda tonight, Father God, that you give them a sense of urgency, O God, and that you will give them, Lord Jesus, the wisdom that they need, Father. And for everyone in the city of Norco, O God, including first responders and police officers, Lord God, and teachers and schools, and Father God, everyone that makes this great city run, Father God, I pray your strength and your wisdom, O God, and I pray, Lord God, that your presence would be in this city, O God, that you would continue to sustain this city, Father God, and Lord, that you would give everyone, Lord God, the strength, Lord Jesus, to continue on, Father God, that this city would look up on you, O God, especially in these times of need and these times, in these conflicting times, O God, that everyone would just come together, Lord Jesus, and that your name would be exalted, Father God, and that everything that will be spoken tonight, Father God, would be with the direction and guidance of your Holy Spirit. Bless this assembly, O God. In your name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move ahead to City Council reports on regional boards, and we'll start with the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yesterday, I was able to attend a meeting at the EAT Center. They have started or had their inaugural advisory committee meeting. The EAT Five Keys was able to get a USDA grant to help with their program, which is very exciting. And part of the grant obligation is to make sure that they have an advisory board in place to help with guiding and directing the work of that particular group. And I was invited to be a part of that. So it's mostly introductions and an introduction to the program and what they're trying to accomplish. And then I will just share with my colleagues that they are incredibly excited about the farm over on Sierra and the opportunities that are ahead for the EAT Center as well as our community. And so I would like to express that to my colleagues up here, that they are just really over the moon about that opportunity and being able to do that. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Robin. Catherine.
On November 17th, I attended the Northwest Mosquito and Vector Control District Board of Trustees meeting, and then on December 1st, I was at the Western Riverside County Wastewater Regional Authority Board of Directors meeting. At both meetings, it was business as usual. There's nothing new to report. Thank you.
Kevin.
So November 30th through December 2nd, I went to Monterey to the Cal Cities Executive Planning Conference. It was really, really very, very interesting. I sent each one of you the 3 items that we will be looking to get the state legislature to pay attention to: homelessness, housing, and public safety. I was really happy about the public safety component. It was vigorously debated. I was surprised. I thought we were past all that, but ultimately it came down to people realize they need fire and police, and so I was real happy about that. Overriding everything is the idea of local control, and even that's kind of split amongst the different membership. But all in all, the most important part of that was that I was able to meet a lot of elected officials that I had not yet met prior. I had been asked to, in my spare time, to begin to look at moving up in the Western Riverside County Executive Board. I haven't decided if I'm going to do that yet, but very interesting, and I have to say that the Inland Empire group of folks is very unique. And then at the Riverside Conservation Authority, I had thought this would be my last year, and out of nowhere, I was asked to run for the chair of the RCA, and Natasha, who's the current chair, I could tell didn't want to move. And I didn't want to split the board, so I conceded and said, if you like, I will be the vice chair, and the next year I would become the chair. It's a really important position for Norco because we sit on the river, and particularly with some of the things that are coming down the pike. So I went ahead and I did that, and then WRCOG, it appears that they've asked me to stay on another year for admin finance, and I don't know if I'm going to do that or not. And then I was also really pleased. Norco is very well represented back to the Cal Cities Executive Planning Conference. Catherine is going to be doing environmental, and I'm going to be doing taxation. And these are very, very important committees that we will be serving on that are actually kind of difficult to get onto. The one I kind of regret that we didn't get on, we could have, is housing. Because the stuff that's coming down the pike is genuinely unbelievable. The erosion of local control is staggering. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Kevin. Ted?
Yeah, well, I was busy. One of the things that I want, for those of you, we're in a drought situation, and I'm on the One Water, One Watershed meeting, which is part of the SOPWA. I would strongly request that you go on this website. It's called solvethewatercrisis.com. And that is a coalition of agencies, cities, and counties that are actually trying to come up with a plan to submit to the governor and to the state. And because right now, and Kevin, you're going to attest to this, everything is just, oh, we do this, oh, we do this, but nothing cohesive. And I know that they will, hopefully Greg Miller from Western Municipal will be here and do a presentation here probably early next year, which is a good deal. It's eye-opening, but if you go onto the website, again, solvethewatercrisis.com, a lot of that's in there and what they're trying to do. It's very educational. I see some students in here, so if you want to know where you're going to get the water when you're older, that's where you got to look. We met with the city manager. I met with the city manager and as Councilwoman Allman. We did the development of the Economic Development Working Group. Kind of cool is if you're interested, it's going to go on till end of December. The Illuminate Media Night at Silver Lakes. A little chilly that night, but it's fun if you like the light show and stuff like that. It was good. See if my grandkids bend my arm and make me go again. A lot of things coming down, Riverside County Transportation projects and programs meeting, but from that, please check out road closures here on the 1591 in that area and beginning of 71. They're doing work at night, so please be respectful of those road closures and watch if you're driving at night. The guys working out there, I appreciate it. Interesting week from the 29th to the 1st. I was at the Professional Rodeo Cowboy Association Convention and Trade Show along with some city staff, and I didn't give them a chance to party or to have a good time. I was making them work. And we attended conferences, and some good things we came out of that is our last year, a month ago, we approved of our working animal ordinance. That is a big thing throughout the United States, by the way, is how to protect what you do with your animals. Even from like in our area rodeo, in their area rodeo. And then this is one area that unfortunately California takes a lead in, is restricting the use. And laws come out of California and communities that scare the people in the Western lifestyle area. The other thing we found out is, I know we all harp on insurance, but one good thing is for our events up there, we're about 10 years ahead of some of these groups in the Midwest and back east and in the South is our insurance. I give kudos to Patty, even though sometimes I get mad at her for insurance us to death. We're doing a good job in covering it. And so those are some of the sessions we attended there, and also went and saw a trade show and looking at how to get new and better equipment as we wear things out. What's coming up to make the arenas safer up there, and that's a good thing. And then as far as RTA, met today, ordered some the rest of our buses going up in the 2024 year, because these buses, it takes a 2-year build on them, and we order 35 at a time, and these are the RTA buses. Interesting thing, they're all compressed natural gas buses. We talked about the fossil fuel and the transition. By the time these buses, when they reach 500,000 miles on them, they have to phase them out. Hopefully these buses last 5 to 6 years, and because of our funding through the feds and the state, we don't have to trash them out, but it's a slow phase into non-fossil fuel buses in the future. So the hydrogen buses, we'll start to see electric buses, but that infrastructure and that technology isn't there yet on some of them. So we'll see how it goes and how fast they're going to push us on those buses. But each one of those buses, like I said, is very expensive, to the tune of $300,000 to $400,000 right now. So when you start changing over your fleet like that, it's going to be very expensive. And I'm going to congratulate Mayor Newton on his appointment to the Riverside County Waste. We're in the Solid Waste Board from RCRA.
Did I know about this?
You're on the paperwork when I was there at the
Okay.
RCRA meeting. So I mean the WRCOG meeting. So Kevin, didn't you not vote for him? Yeah. So
With mixed solid waste stuff?
now you know what? He'll be working with Linda Krupa. He's fine, but
Yeah.
he'll be fine. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. December 1st, attended the special board of directors meeting for the Chino Basin Desalter Authority, and I was appointed vice chair again for that board. And also, I did want to mention today, along with Councilmember Hoffman and residents, we attended the Pearl Harbor Remembrance Ceremony this morning at the high school, and I want to compliment Councilmember Bash. Just Kevin, another incredible job. And is this 15 years? 16? And I remember too many years ago, you and I carrying card chairs up to the pavilion, and when it first started, and just, you do a great job with this every year. Yeah, I know. So, compliments to you. You did an outstanding job. Okay. Let's move into the consent calendar. Are there any items that need to be pulled by any member? Hearing none. Diane, do we have any public
I
comments?
do have one request to pull 2H.
2H?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'll ask for a motion to approve the rest.
Motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item 2H.
I show
I'm sorry.
Robin,
on-
Ted, and myself.
For some reason on my screen here, for some reason it has you guys blocked off. I don't know why. And then
We can do it verbally on.
you want to just do it verbally? I'm
Two
sorry about that.
members.
I don't know why that's happening. Of course, my meeting. And so let's, I guess we have a motion and a second. And to approve the remainder of the items, council members Allman,
Yes.
Hoffman, Bash, Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer, and Mayor Newton.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. Item 2H. And we have one card.
Yes, Mike Williams.
Good evening, Mike.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council staff, guests, thanks for the opportunity. As you all know, I am a member of the Streets, Trails, and Utilities Commission, and I always go through these agendas, whether I have time to get here or not. This particular item, funds for the Fire Station 47 ingress egress driveway approach improvement project, crossing horse trails, never came in front of the stuck, not once. First time that I'd heard about it, I checked with one of my chair, and he had not heard about it either. And so I have some real questions. First and foremost, why didn't it come in front of us? And so I'd like that addressed, if you would please, and give you all a chance to maybe kick it back to us and let us offer our thoughts and suggestions on this. That's about all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Are we allowed to comment
You are,
back
Mr. Mayor.
on a resident request on this?
You are allowed to comment. This matter's on the agenda.
Okay. Would the city manager, or would you like Public Works Director to comment on
I
this?
can comment on this.
Okay.
And our
Thank you, Lori.
facilities and maintenance director, Amanda, had a personal situation this evening. She's not with us. This is her item. But I appreciate the commission members bringing it to our attention. This item is with regard to replacing the driveway approach, ingress egress for Fire Station 47. So this is a small repair of a driveway for the fire station following our standard construction standard. So I of course, it's always a judgment call about how we communicate with the public and get public input on projects. So I can't speak to Amanda's thoughts behind it, but my thoughts are that for something like this, I'm not sure that typically we would refer to a commission on such sort of a minor issue not related to constructing a new trail or building a new improvement. So I don't know why. I can't exactly answer, but in my that would be my thought. This is just a standard small capital improvement project. So, but I appreciate the commissioners' comments, and we definitely need to be mindful of considering the commissions and their roles on when we do work.
Okay, thank you. A couple of my comments on this is, one on the item, is that I did have conversations with the facilities director and city manager and public works director that the actual scope of this work and the standard that was quoted did need to be modified in some of the regards, and it's specifically about railroad ties in lieu of concrete. on these commercial approaches. We should have looked at that with the Streets and Trails Commission on these modifications to some of our standards. But I think in this case also we need to remember as council and staff that communication is the key here, and that all our commissioners, they're all citizens, and to me their input is extremely valuable. So, did you have anything
Mr. Mayor,
to
if I
say?
can. The one thing, and I agree with Mike, and the other commissioners that contact me, and just the communications, but this project was also a carryover project where it was initially reviewed in the prior years in the 21-22 fiscal year, and it, of course, the delay in getting it done and everything else, the cost went up, and I too talked to the facilities director, and that was part of the reasons they were just trying to get this done. So I don't think it was a intentional dismiss of the group, but communication should have been a key here, and I'm sure that goes to it. But I know it's a carryover project. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I appreciate your comments, Mike, and Mike also, Chairman Mike.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Kevin.
a couple comments?
Go ahead.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
So I think just Lori, this was when that first went in, it was it was contentious, and there was a lot of planning and a lot of testing and a lot of things that went into it, and it was done quite some time ago. So I think that his comments are valid. The problem is it's in really bad shape. I was walking it, and I think something needs to be done sooner than later. So I'm not certain if we want to take it back to Streets and Trails, but perhaps in the future we need to make sure as we do these things, maybe. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm willing to send it back there, but it's actually, there's a trip. I walk that all the time. There's a tripping hazard. So, thank you.
No, it doesn't. I believe the message here is this item does not need to go back to Streets and Trails. Let's move forward with the work with a modification to the standard. But going forward in the future, let's communicate with our commission, with all our commissions. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve item 2H.
It's still not working right for me, and I do apologize. So we'll do it old school. The mayor broke it. All right, so this is to
Fine with
approve item 2H. Council members Almond,
Yes.
Bash, Hoffman, Mayor Pro Tem Grummeyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Newton.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passed 5-0.
thank you. We'll now move into public comments. Call upon the city clerk. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. I have 3 cards. During this, I want to remind everyone to please limit comments to 3 minutes or less. The governmental body shall not discuss or act relative to any general public comment, please. First individual is Mike Williams.
Thank you again.
You're welcome.
What I wanted to bring up here was again about the Stuck Commission. It would have been improper for me to bring it under the last cover. I've been a member of Stuck, I want to say 2.5 years, chaired it 1 year, and I appreciated working with all of my constituents on the committee. We seem to get a few things done when we can. But the comments I want to make are directed at the cancellation of meetings, claiming that we don't have any agendized items, nothing to talk about. This particular item doesn't need to be discussed because it's not your purview. Things that we brought up for the last few years and directed at staff, kicked to the curb, ignored, or otherwise. And it makes me wonder, really and truly, what our position is. I think this council has spoken very clearly that you would like us in place. Our job, the way we see it, is to chew on these subject matter and make recommendation to council. And then we're doing a little bit of your legwork for you. We're also listening to the residents. We are residents ourselves. 3 of our members on this commission have been here over 40 years. They're there because they want to be, not because they have to be. Same reason I am. So I would like staff to consider, and I'm going to say something here that's liable to get under some skin here, but I'd like them to consider that basically they're working for us. Now, this is not something that we shove in anybody's face, because we understand that staff is busy, they're understaffed, they've got huge hours that they put into the city, and we believe that most all of them really care about being here, otherwise they wouldn't be. But that doesn't mean that we need to get kicked to the side, and that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have an opinion, or we shouldn't at least be heard on some of the subject matter, at least have it addressed. To have it ignored, that doesn't work. To tell us that for example, the engineer says, no, this is a non-starter, we don't need to talk about this. I'm sorry, that doesn't weigh well with me. Why are we here? We're all residents. Again, we need to be heard on some of these things. So I hope this council takes this to heart and maybe goes back and modifies a few of these things and has some understandings, so staff has an understanding of us, and that we as commissioners have an understanding of staff. It's what we need to be able to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Next, we have Jeff Can.
Evening, Jeff.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. First off, I'm wearing my committee shirt because I was also at the December 7th Remembrance Ceremony this morning. So again, also to echo your comments, Kevin, great job. I know that it's not officially a city event, it's a Lake Norconian Club Foundation, but it still represents the spirit of Norco's commitment to remember and to honor, and let's never forget the sacrifices that were made. So again, great ceremony. Glad to be a part of it. I'm also wearing my committee shirt tonight because only four of you weren't here, but Kevin, you were here 10 years ago. December 5th, 2012. So 10 years and 2 days ago, the council voted to approve the George A. Ingalls Veterans Memorial Plaza project. And I'm sorry that my son couldn't be here tonight. He's somewhere on Highway 99 on the way to Modesto, driving his big rig. But in commemoration and remembrance of the 10-year anniversary of the creation of the project and my son donating the first $1,000 to the memorial, I want to commemorate that by offering another donation from the Cahan family for another $1,000 to the memorial. And just for old time's sake, I'd like to present it to Kevin because he was the one that accepted it 10 years ago. I know you're going to give it to Michelle, but if you don't mind. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it so much, Jeff. Thank you. How did you make that check out? To oh, I was gonna say you can leave it blank. We have a stamp. Okay.
We have one more speaker,
Thank
Bonnie
you.
Flager.
Good evening, Bonnie.
I wanted to thank all of you for all the time you have spent on the Riverside Reliability Project, and going to the council meeting several weeks ago. It made me really appreciate how much time you folks end up in meetings and miss dinners and away from families and miss rodeo sessions and all sorts of things like that in order to represent. And if Facebook is telling the truth, apparently last night they did agree to relook at the project as far as undergrounding. So after Kevin's 15 years and all the meetings and people that you have met with, it looks like maybe somebody finally listened to you all. So thank you so much.
We're hoping. Thank you, Bonnie. Is that it? Public comments?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. We'll move into legislative matters. Item 5A, this is the second reading, Ordinance 1090. I'll make a motion to adopt Ordinance 1090.
For some reason, it's only going to a couple of you, not all of you. Alrighty, taking a vote. Council members Allman,
Yes.
Bash, Hoffman, Mayor Pro Tem Grummeyer, and Mayor Newton.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passed 5-0.
Okay. Item 6A, this is the subject is comprehensive update to the City of Norco General Plan. Good evening, Alma. You want to start, or is Lori?
I may, Mayor.
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is item 6A is a discussion here to get direction regarding a comprehensive update to the City of Norco General Plan. And before we turn it over to Alma, our Planning Director, to present her presentation, I just wanted to say this is a momentous night in Norco anytime you start to talk about a new general plan. So the general plan is really the roadmap for how we envision the community to appear and to function for the next 20 years. There's probably nothing more important that a governing body does, along with its staff and its community, that engage in this discussion and prepare a general plan. It is a long, arduous, fairly expensive, time-consuming effort, but it is worth every penny of the blood, sweat, and tears we're about to engage in. And I couldn't be more excited and proud of our staff to get to this point of this discussion. So it is an item in the strategic plan, but as Alma will share, we're suggesting a slightly different approach than was originally contemplated in the strategic plan. So with that, I'll turn it over to Alma to walk you through the discussion tonight.
Mr. Mayor,
Good evening, Alma.
members of the City Council. As Lori pointed out, yes, the update to the general plan is part of our strategic plan. And as the council may recall, the update to the general plan was basically spelled out with the different elements, the land use element, et cetera, as being updated on an individual basis, 2025. The recommendation for this evening is that we take that approach in a comprehensive manner. And there's several reasons for that I will briefly discuss as I go through the presentation here. So in discussion, what is a general plan? Basically what a general plan is a blueprint or constitution for future development. What this does, it's a document that conveys a community's long-term vision for the future, and it establishes the goals and priorities for the next 10 to 20 years. And although the City of Norco is unique, we aren't unique in the requirement of a general plan. All cities in California are required to have a general plan per state law. The purpose of the general plan is to basically, well, in a nutshell, to guide planning decisions and development decisions, particularly, just for an example, zoning. All zoning has to be consistent with the general plan, and that transitions into giving direction for subdivisions, capital improvement programs, specific plan, development agreements, and the list goes on. What it does, it communicates to staff and decision makers, such as the City Council, the vision of the city and the priorities for the built environment, and it allows us to communicate our priorities and our vision. Question is, why update the general plan? Well, as the council may be aware, some of our elements are, with the exception of the recently adopted and certified housing element, our elements are outdated. Just to kind of give you an example, our open space element, 1989 was the last year that was that was updated. So outdated. Some of our elements are outdated, and they should be periodically updated to keep up with changing needs and conditions. And it also gives the city an opportunity to basically have a community conversation about the vision of our city, not only with the council commissions, but also with the citizens of our community. And it also allows us to meet or to address state requirements with areas such as providing or planning for a balanced multinodal transportation network in order to reduce vehicle. And not also that, but state law requires these elements to be closely integrated. Like, for example, just to give you an example, for example, our housing element. It establishes ways to meet our arena numbers, but yet our land use element is impacted because you have to make show where these zones that allow that, for example, high density housing, be allowed. That's just an example. It also addresses critical issues. Gives a roadmap, for example, for preserving our animal keeping, small plot agricultural lifestyle. And it also allows us to maintain our community character, and it provides a mechanism for maintaining healthy and safe. The requirements. There are 7 required elements that are required per the state of California in our general plan. That being is our safety element, our housing element, conservation element, land use, open space, mobility, transportation, and noise. And there are optional elements that can be incorporated into the general plan. And staff will, at the end of the presentation, will indicate that one of the optional elements that we are recommending that be incorporated into our general plan update is an economic development element. General plan update is, like Lori was saying, it's a pretty big endeavor. And one of the requirements is that we have to have public engagement. Public participation is required by state law. And what it does, it enables the city staff, council, commissions, a way to collaborate with the citizens of the community to basically establish a long-term vision of the city. And it allows an opportunity for community members to basically invest in the long-range plan of the city. And ways for public engagement include a project website, online mapping, educational videos, workshops, open houses, virtual meetings, and public hearings. And the list could, is pretty extensive. But it's a way. This is a mechanism for us to be able to engage our citizens in a collaborative manner to be able to update the general plan. General best practices include engagement that covers a full spectrum of involvement, focus, implementation, and clear decision making. The process of getting this update underway, as I indicated, it's a major undertaking. Staff's recommendation to begin this process going is to hire a qualified project manager. What the project manager will do is basically work alongside staff, would work as a staff member, and would begin the solicitation process to get qualified team of multidisciplinary consultants on board to be able to address everything that's required as part of the update. This individual or qualified project manager would prepare the request for proposals, and conduct the interview and selection process for the different teams. Next slide just basically outlines the process. Begins with visioning all the way to CEQA compliance, ultimately the general plan adoption. Throughout the entire process, it is a community participation, collaboration, input, along with input and collaboration from our city staff, council, and commissions. Estimated cost. The anticipated cost for the general plan update is 1 to 1.3 million based on recent comparable contracts. And the major expenses for the update include basically the outreach that's necessary, the analysis, the technical studies. This will require CEQA, which will be an EIR to be able to comply with the CEQA requirements. and project management. Those are the list of pretty much the major expenses for the update to the general plan. Funding for the project, the preparation of general plan is a significant investment. Approximately, let's say about 4 years ago, a fee was adopted that is assessed on every building permit. So with the sole purpose of providing a fee to be able to fund this specific task, which is updating the general plan, and that's what will be used in addition to available funds in the general fund due to the one-time savings as a result of the American Rescue Plan. So the recommendation is this evening, as indicated earlier in the presentation, the update to the general plan is part of our strategic plan. The recommendation is for the update to the general plan in a comprehensive matter as opposed to a piecemeal. And the piecemeal process as something that has been done, several years in the past. But to be able to comprehensively convey the vision of the city, it's staff recommendation, strong recommendation that this be approached in a comprehensive manner. And with that, I will conclude my presentation. I can answer any questions. We also have Jean Ward in the audience here that's able to assist staff with any questions that the council has. Thank you.
Thank you, Alma. Good report. You did good on this. I like all your graphics. I have a few questions, so we'll go ahead and start with any council member have questions? Kevin?
Just a couple questions, Lori, just to get out your crystal ball. When it says per state law, as we move toward a centralized government, how important or how valid is planning 20 years ahead, given that we're now in a situation where increasingly they're stripping away local control in all areas?
Well, if I had a crystal ball, I would say that sometimes some of that overreach by our state is because local agencies are not being proactive to abide by the law. And as you heard from Alma, there's statutes around the fact that we're supposed to have an updated general plan. So if we have an updated general plan that it's comprehensive, it provides a roadmap for development. It gives the development community very clear toolkit to show what is permissible in Norco and what is not. What does good land use look like in Norco? What does not? Where are the certain kinds of uses able to be located and where are they not? To the extent that we define that and make that readily available to the community at large, stakeholder at large, the better positioned we are to control our own destiny. If we do not take these kinds of actions on a regular basis and be proactive about doing that, then the argument grows that the state suddenly feels it has to take the matters into its own hands. So I think it's always better to have our own tools, our own plans in place to guide our own destiny as opposed to yielding it to Sacramento.
Okay, good answer. Which kind of reminds me of the water issues we talked about earlier. And then the ballot initiative that's coming up, and again, your crystal ball, that they wish to basically regulate fees to a great extent, but also even if you've had a tax measure that passed, that ballot measure could possibly, if you don't have a sunset, they could step into that and revoke it. I mean, we'll fight it back. It seems like there's a lot of people, but how might that play into, because you're planning and you're planning financially, and then the other issue is that what might you protect against, let's say you have zoned areas for commerce, and let's say for whatever reason the owner has not done much and somebody purchases it and says, I'm putting in 500 apartments or 499 apartments so they don't have to worry about water. How are these, again, does this go to your your previous answer?
Yeah, again, I think the more we have defined our plans locally, the more we show that we've been proactive and taking care of our own house and kept our own house in order is probably the best argument. You know, with regard to the measure that has been qualified for 2024, that's, in my opinion, masquerading as a taxpayer protection measure. In effect, it's
Right.
driven by certain very special interests that are
Developers.
interested. Yes, development interests that are not interested in cities like Norco keeping control of our own destiny. So they, again, my opinion, play to kind of buzzwords that people like, but when you dig into it, it's a very destructive measure for local control. Again, I think it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, but it will be interesting to see that our general plan effort, assuming you move ahead, will kind of overlap with that campaign. So we'll have an opportunity to educate our residents and to share our perspective on how that measure could negatively impact us. So that will be interesting to see.
Great, thanks.
Yeah,
Good
so
answers.
hopefully as residents learn more about how local government works and how the mechanics of their city works, it equips them to make a more informed decision at the ballot box when they look at that measure.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Lori. Good answer.
Any questions, Catherine, at this time? Robin? Ted?
Alma, Lori, on this and your staff report, you've got here this in the process. You're talking about in doing solicitations, and that's going to take 3 to 5 months to do that. Correct? Okay. And this overall project, and just so the public knows, this is not something that's going to happen overnight. Correct?
Correct.
This is a 2 to 2.5 year
Correct.
long project. Okay. And so, and then, and with that, we've taken our basic 7 elements that we have, and you added an 8th one. But how those are going to update also, those elements also? Because haven't we updated some of them as we've gone through?
The most recent one that's been updated is of course the housing element.
Okay.
The rest of them, pretty much, this is going to update every other element that's there that needs to be updated, pretty much.
Okay.
So
And that'll be in the cost of this
correct.
whole thing. Okay.
Yes.
So we're getting that's why it's taken so long, and that's why we're going to.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. I just, because I was looking at this at 2.5 years, but if we're talking all of them are going to be updated,
Correct.
okay, that's good. And on a side note to this, and one of the things about general plan, as you know, I sit on LAFCO, and recently we had 2 desert communities arguing over equal spot, a parcel of property that they wanted to put into their city. Both of them had it in their sphere of influences, which is fine. Except only one city put it in their general plan. So the city that had it in their general plan was the one that got it. And that's the one thing about the value of a general plan. So thank you very much.
So a couple questions. My concern on costs, so that what was our cost on to just have the housing element completed and certified at the end of the day?
If I remember correctly, it was anywhere from, I believe it was 140 to 160.
Okay. And then either Alma or Lori, what's the balance we have in the American Rescue Plan to use this one-time funding?
Lisette can speak to that. So we are going to take that whole revenue replacement. We're going to use the rest of our ARPA funds as revenue replacement in the current year, which will provide a resulting savings. So Lisette can speak to what that net number is, right? So we're not proposing to directly use the ARPA funds. That's not eligible. But we will use the ARPA funds for direct eligible operating expenditures. It'll be the sheriff's contract. That's what we'll use our ARPA to pay, which is eligible.
So we have $280,000 in fee money that we've collected.
Correct.
Yes, that we've sort of designated and set aside to cover part of the general plan update. And then, like Lori said, the savings that we currently have because of the funding we received through ARPA from last year and this year, which would cover, fire and the sheriffs, we could have those funded through ARPA, and that would create the savings in our general fund.
Okay, so how much are we gonna?
I think it's about, yes, I think we have like 2 million.
Okay.
In this fiscal year, and that we could, use.
Apply to this cost.
Yes.
Yeah, you won't need all of it for this cost. You'll still have additional general fund savings, but
Right.
some of it will go for this.
Okay.
Correct. And we'll appropriate that when we come back. As subsequent action will be, first action will be to approve a contract with the project manager, and then that project manager will come on board and begin to manage that procurement process for all the consultants that will manage, the traffic consultants, and all the CEQA, et cetera. Then we will appropriate at that time too.
Okay. So that answers that question. Thank you, Liz. In this range of $1 million to $1.3 million, how much of that is going to be staff cost? Or is staff, the allocation for staff, is that cost on top of this?
If I may, Mayor, so there's no of our existing staff in this cost at all. So it does include, however, the project manager for the duration of the project.
Okay.
So in effect, the project manager will be acting as staff for us to manage this project, because we have a tiny staff and we don't have the ability to manage it ourselves.
Right. Well, I'm thinking about community outreach, that we're going to have town halls, we're going to have public meetings, that is going to create additional staff time.
Well, we're assuming we'll be using consultant resources for that. So probably what will happen with us, our communication manager will be working alongside the project manager, the planning team, and likely a sub-consultant who is a communications firm or someone that will be doing kind of boots on the ground organizing for that work.
Okay. I have some other comments, but I'll hold that to discussion. Do we have any cards on this matter, Diane?
No, Mr. Mayor, no cards.
Okay. Then I'll bring it back to council for any further discussion. Kevin, Catherine?
I would just add that this is very needed, right? When we've looked at some of our elements, they've come through before. They've been workshopped. I've been sitting in the audience when this happened, and they're yes. How long has it been since the circulation element was updated and things like that? So it's a heavy lift, but I think it makes sense to do them all together. And then in the staff report, it mentioned, traditionally sometimes the state law only requires limited engagement, basically to tell people what we're doing. But there's been a movement towards asking for feedback from residents, and I want to see that, right? We want to hear what our residents want our city to look like, and because we need that plan in place, just like our city manager said, when developers are coming in, if we don't have everything buttoned up and tied up exactly how we want it, then that's how things might come, that it might not necessarily fit in. And so looking at, if we need to do certain things, then where are the best places to do those? What is what we want to see, and really hearing what our residents have to say, and incorporating that as much as we can to come up with the best plan possible.
One other question back on cost. When you determine this budget, you use comparable cities. What size cities did you use to determine this cost?
The size, yes, that was based on a comparable. Actually, for larger cities, it could range anywhere from, up to 2 mil. The comparable city that was used, population of 35,000.
And was that in this area or California? Okay. Okay, some of the numbers that I've looked at is cities at $100,000 are in a $900 to $1 million range. And so if your budget's high, I'm good with that. Okay. So I just hope you didn't. I'd rather you tell me $1.3 million and come in at $1 million on this. But one of the, I think that works to our advantage with cost and pricing is that the time this is going to take, and that we're going to be months down the road before we, choose a consultant. I think pricing should be much more competitive because considering the economic conditions that we're going to be faced this next year, that it should be more economical for us to do it when things are slow, okay, and the economy's slowing down, in lieu of trying to hire consultants and firms if the economy is booming. So I think we have some leverage where we can shop this price pretty good and come in under budget if we're smart about it. So the only other comment I wanted to make was, it was kind of brought up by Streets and Trails, and so when we bring up involvement of the community, that I would expect every Streets and Trails commissioner to understand the circulation element like the back of their hand. I would expect every Parks and Rec commissioner to understand open space, and I would expect every planning commissioner to understand the land use element, along with all of us to understand all seven elements and how it all works as a city as a whole. So that's somewhat of a big challenge, I think, communication-wise, that we're going to have to work with in the next couple of years. So other than that, that's my little soapbox. Robin?
Alma, thank you for the report, and I think, as we talk about protecting Norco and protecting a lifestyle, we've been building our toolbox, right, as a council and as staff. This is another one of those bigger tools that we can put in our toolbox. Even though it's like Catherine said, it's a heavy lift and it's going to be a lot at this point in time, I think our toolbox needs to be really, really big to ward off what we will potentially be facing. And so I think it's a wise investment for our community at this time.
So what kind of recommendation would you like?
Hey, am I
Swiss
Swiss cheese? All right.
Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, all right. The reason I'm going to say this all is this came to my mind. When we looked at why update the general plan on your presentation, you've got preserving animal keeping, small plot agricultural lifestyle. One of the things I think we ought to encourage also is the historical overlay that we stuck on the community too when you put this thing together. Just a thought. Now, Mr. Mayor,
Wouldn't that fall under land use? The historical overlay?
It's just not. She didn't address. That's. I'm just trying to
Yes.
make sure we put that in there somewhere.
More than likely, yes. Under the
Okay.
land use element.
Okay.
Mhm.
Not as a permissible element.
Not as a separate element. No,
Okay.
it would be. It would be incorporated. Yeah.
All right. I gotcha.
Correct.
Certainly. What kind of recommendation?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, the recommendation is that the council directs staff to proceed with the comprehensive update of the general plan. So, and just for your information, like I said, the next step will be you'll see some contracts and appropriations coming to you to kind of get that effort moving in the coming weeks and months. I'm not sure you'll see it next meeting, but definitely in January.
Okay.
I would definitely make that motion.
Second.
Thank you.
Oh, not working. Okay. I keep trying. Might work by the end of the meeting. Okay, let's take a vote. Councilmember Allman?
Yes.
Thank you. Bash?
Yes.
Hoffman? Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer? And Mayor Newton?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, let's move into our public hearings. This is an urgency ordinance to regulate accessory dwellings, ADUs, Norco Municipal Code Chapter 18.30. Alma.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, this agenda item 7A is an urgency ordinance number 1091. So basically the purpose of bringing this urgency ordinance before the City Council is because there are new state enacted housing laws pertaining to accessory dwelling units, or what is known as ADUs, and junior accessory dwelling units known as JADUs. And those rules and regulations will go into effect in January 1, 2023. The downside to this is if the city does not have these laws incorporated or enacted into their ordinance, the existing ordinance will become null and void. So in other words, we would not be able to require in our ordinance, as we require now, like the open animal keeping area that's required, ADUs, and some of the other requirements in the existing ordinance. As I indicated, existing ordinance failing to meet this requirement their ordinance will be null and void. So the purpose of this urgency ordinance before the City Council is so that while we are able to address the changes and we're able to preserve and continue to enforce the other existing rules and regulations in the ordinance that are already established, and we can continue to apply them to applications relating to accessory dwelling units. So just in a nutshell, just to give a brief introduction as far as the most notable changes. One of the most notable changes is, of course, the height limitation. Height limitation right now for detached accessory dwelling units is 16 feet. And we can continue to require the 16 feet. However, for ADUs that are, let's see, within half a mile of a major transit, the height goes up to 18 feet. So I don't believe that we're anywhere near a major transit facility. So the 16 height limitation would still be applicable. The other height limitation is if any lot with an existing proposed multi-story or multi-family that's developed with a multi-story or multi-family dwelling, the ADU may be up to 18 feet regardless of being close to a transit. So as the council is aware, we don't have too many multi-story dwellings in the city, so the 16 height limitation would pretty much still be applicable. The other change is that an attached ADU may be now up to 25 feet, or as high as the primary dwelling may be under the underlying zone, whichever is less, but the city can still make the limit to 2 stories for any ADU. Another change is a definition of objective standards must now be included, and that definition was spelled out in the ordinance that's being before you for adoption. One of the other major changes is right now the way our ordinance is written, ADUs are not allowed in the front yard. However, with this change, ADUs must now be allowed within the front yard only to the extent possible to allow a minimum of an 800 square foot ADU. So in other words, we can still continue to require the ADUs not be allowed in the front yard setback, but if you can't put an ADU anywhere else on the property to where it can't, at least allow an 800 square foot ADU, they can be allowed now in the front yard only to the extent possible to allow the minimum of 800 ADU. As far as there's requirements on application review procedures and restrictions and on denials. Right now, our ADU process, we do provide a full set of written corrections, and now it just has to be codified. And the difference is that there has to be, staff has to be able to provide remedies to these corrections. The other major change is to junior ADUs. As far as junior ADUs, as the council is aware, has to be within the confines of the existing house. And what the change included here is now that the confines of the existing house includes also the garage. So that is now going to be a requirement. So the recommendation for this evening is that the council adopt the urgency ordinance. Should the council adopt the urgency ordinance, what it'll do is, activating basically the new requirements per state laws, regulations in the city, it'll also allow us to continue implementing our existing rules and regulations in our ADU ordinance. And it does require a majority vote. And should the council adopt the urgency ordinance, the staff will present the formal zone code amendment in the future to our planning commission, and it will ultimately come back to our city council. And with that, I will conclude. Our recommendation is for adoption of the urgency ordinance. And with that, I will conclude and answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alma. Does council have any questions of staff?
Just one question. Oh, I have a question.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Catherine.
And I didn't send it to you, Alma, so I'm sure you have a ballpark number in your head if you don't have the exact number, but how many ADUs are approved citywide on average per year?
The number is going up. We're looking at probably anywhere from 10 to 15. Yes, at least
Okay,
per year.
10 to 15. Okay, thank you.
Kevin?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. So the 800, to put it in the front yard, if you have room in the backyard, okay, and we codify that?
Yes.
Okay. And then violations unpermitted, that would be, so in other words, they still have to do health and safety and things like that. We just can't say you can't do it because you're in violations in the legal structure, or?
So basically, the way I understand, and maybe Colin can just with this. For example, if there is a non-permitted structure and there's a code violation on the property, and they want to build an ADU, we cannot hold up the ADU and require them to bring that into compliance first before we issue.
Okay, so this doesn't apply to let's say they have a barn that they've converted, and they want to make that an ADU. You can't say you can't do the ADU, or do you still have the obligation for health and safety, inspections, electrical, that kind of stuff? That's all still in place.
That is correct, because in essence you are bringing that structure into compliance with requirements to facilitate the provision of that ADU within that structure.
And then, well, I'll talk about that later. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Couple of questions that I have. On let's see, page 9, where we're talking about item 15, detached accessory buildings are required to have separate water meters. Okay. And when they're detached, right? Separate water service, sewer you can connect to. Detached accessory buildings are also required to have solar, is my understanding.
Detached accessory dwelling units are required to have solar.
Okay.
The living units do, yes. It's a requirement.
On detached.
On detached, that is correct.
Right. So does that change anything with electrical service? Other than you're going to redo your electrical service, obviously, for the solar, but separate metering?
Yes, yes, it would separate metering. I mean, it could be via the main panel, sub panel on the. But the requirement to have a separate is not a requirement for the ordinance. It could be.
Okay.
It's
With that
addition, so yes.
all right. Got it. But the ADU has to have the solar to have that. Okay. And then on the setback, where you were talking about if there isn't enough room to allow it in the front yard, is that the expense? Is that to the expense of that we will be giving up animal keeping? If my rear yard, backyard has an animal keeping area, and I don't want to impact that, do you then allow me to build it in the front yard? Or do we take away the animal keeping?
That's a good question. Let's see. As far as the provision on, it pertains to an 800 square foot ADU. So regardless of the animal keeping area, regardless of the front yard setback, regardless of lot coverage, we have to allow by state law and as codified in our ordinance, we have to allow a minimum 800 square foot detached ADU, whether it impacts the animal keeping area or the front yard. The bottom line is they have to be able to show that they don't have anywhere else to put it, and if they can't, then it would either impact.
We'd be giving up animal keeping.
Possibly.
If I may, Mayor, I think that it's safe to assume that the state statute doesn't contemplate animal keeping areas, right?
correct.
So,
Well-
so we will, so I think you raise a very important question. I would say we need to work as staff at how we navigate that. For example, in that situation with the new height that's allowed, I certainly don't think we would need to allow an 800 square foot single story ADU at the expense of the animal keeping area, right? So we just need to be able to accommodate the square footage. So I think our staff will be savvy and will work appropriately with our city attorney's office to navigate that, but we're going to continue to protect those animal keeping areas and assert that they cannot be compromised. They may be squished, it may be a little bit of a balloon that can move, but we're going to keep protecting that animal keeping area. That's going to be our position.
And for the most part, Mr. Mayor, that has been, it's been, staff has been very successful in, making sure that there's the animal keeping area provision.
Well, I think because we have so many changes that we've made that make reference to architectural and historical, significant historical districts, which is small plot land use, small plot agriculture, animal keeping lifestyle.
And of course, with when we bring back the formal zone code change, we can definitely strengthen, work with our city attorney to strengthen that language as appropriate.
Okay. And then my last question may be a Colin question. On findings on item D, and maybe it's just my mental block, I'm having a problem with finding D that says the proposed amendments are necessary in order to preserve the residential character of a single-family residential neighborhood.
Mr. Mayor, the rationale for that finding is that if we do not pass the ordinance, then the state law will control. So the ordinance, while allowing ADUs, expanding ADUs, does detract from the residential character of neighborhoods. If we don't at least put in the maximum regulation we can, state law will detract even more. So that's why we're saying we're doing this to preserve the residential character of neighborhoods, because without this, it will be worse.
Great choice, huh? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead. If any further questions?
Alma, on the front setbacks is still 25 feet, correct? So even if they had to go in the front, they still require the 25 feet. I couldn't hear you earlier when you were talking about it. So it's 25 feet on the setbacks, correct?
The front yard setback, 25, yes, 25 feet. However, if that's the only, if they need to encroach a little bit to facilitate an 800, a minimum 800, they would be able to encroach just only to the extent possible to allow
But
that.
it's still 25 feet setback in the front.
Yes, that's
Plus,
correct.
you have to have the 10 feet between the building.
That is correct.
The other.
That
I'm
is
just,
correct.
because I didn't see a change there. I just want to
That's
make
correct.
sure that's still the same. And the other thing I come up at, we've got this as a urgency notice. When was this approved in the legislation? Was this came out in September?
It was signed late in the year. Yes, this is one of those things where the bill was signed by the governor late in the year, and it said if you don't adopt an ordinance by January 1, your ordinance is void. So Norco's not going to be the only city scrambling on this.
Well, and that's what I'm asking. Have we set on this thing? And I'm not saying you are, but this is Sacramento at its finest, is what you're telling me.
It is, yes.
Thank you.
We didn't sit on this. We
No,
brought
that's-
this ordinance
that's fine.
soon after the governor signed the bill.
Okay. Thank you, Colin. No further questions.
Okay.
I have a question about the objective standards. Are we going to be looking at creating objective standards for ADUs?
I would assume that we would.
Yes, and the reality is they are in there already. If you look at page 9, item 14 of the ordinance, we did identify our objective design criteria.
Okay, I guess my question was that when we looked at like development standards or objective design standards for high density housing, we were more specific. Just want to bring that up if that's something that would be a useful tool for the city, since they are allowed now to be a little more specific as long as they're objective.
Yes, and that's true. And the intent of being objective basically is that there's really no discretionary decision on it. For example, if you look at the objective criteria, that the house has to match the exterior of the existing house.
Okay.
That's pretty objective. I mean, either.
Yeah.
So that's what it's referring to, and I don't know if Colin wants to add to that, but that's my understanding of the objective criteria.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, and if I can clarify, Councilmember Alleman, cities were always able to develop specific objective design standards, but typically that was not preferred because typically communities want to be able to make site-by-site decisions, have architectural review, and really consider the site and the appropriateness of the particular neighborhood and property. And that, in my opinion, is a superior way to go, right? But the state has limited our ability. They've said, no, we don't want that kind of subjective design work. We want you instead to sort of have either you check the box, yes or no, this or that. So, yeah, so unfortunately, we will be required now to have these objective design standards in lieu of having a more a flexible process that is more responsive to neighborhoods. So now, the good news is we can amend those standards from time to time. They're not set in stone. If we're having operational issues with a certain set of objective design standards, we can modify those, and we should and will. So it's not advantageous for us, in my opinion, to have them. But it's advantageous to the developer, which is the state's intent.
I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have any public comment?
I do have one card, Mike Thompson.
Good evening, Mike.
Evening, Council. One question. After all the years of 40% lot coverage in the projects of accessory buildings, we've, if I remember right, the way the code is now is guys everybody's stuck with square animal keeping area. And I think it's in the code where we didn't L shapes, pie shapes, to fit the lots. It
was
generally
rectangular.
Yeah,
right.
We stuck with rectangular, so this would change that, all that. As far as those old codes, the way they worked like that.
This shouldn't. I'm sorry.
You're correct, and that's the intent. The intent behind this urgency ordinance is
because you're talking about adjustability, sometimes square footage going up, but if somebody has a pie-shaped lot and they want to put an ADU in, but their animal area would have to still meet 40% lot coverage, but couldn't be rectangular anymore. That's what I'm questioning. Thank you.
I know what you're saying there, Mike, and that came about during Norco Ridge Ranch when on all their deeded PACAs that they had every size except rectangular. They had parallelograms and trapezoids and circles and did not understand the word rectangular. So. Do we have any other comments?
No additional cards.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion and action. Go ahead, Ted.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alman, I should have brought that up before. I was just looking through here. As you go through and what do we do with this ordinance, if we do pass it, we probably need to look at our off-street parking in residential areas. Because with this, you can park in the setback, the front setback, which was a violation before. So we need to probably look at that and see how we're going to address that. Did you catch it? It's on page 200 of your, on 200 on there. On way in the bottom. Parking is allowed in the required front or side yard setbacks if it is within existing driveway on the property. So, but we've had people that are parking in their front yard that they used to get cited before.
yes, and key term there is within the existing driveway. So right now, as long as it's within the existing driveway, it's fine. If it's elsewhere on the front yard or on the grass area, that would not be
Okay, so we have to make sure we.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw it and read it, and
Okay.
you know exactly what I'm talking about. We've seen those code cases. Okay, thank you. Huh? No.
You need to drive around town a little bit more.
It's not like they don't do it, but anyway.
Right.
Anyway, that's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Got a few KOAs in the front yard. Robin, any other further questions? Catherine? Kevin?
Yeah, I have a couple comments. I think one of the things that we can absorb ADUs, obviously, in the city of Norco. And one of the things I hope when you have some spare time, Lori, that we will begin to actively try to legalize them so we get credit for them. And I know you just don't have a lot of time, but
Yes, Councilmember Bash, actually that is in our housing element as a plan that we will inventory our ADUs and have a program to legalize them and get housing production credit toward our RENA goal. And so actually just this week we received a proposal from our housing consultant to begin that work. So that is at the top of the priority list for the housing element program. And so we expect we'll be kicking that off in the new year.
great, thank you. And then just to get on my soapbox, I apologize. The young folks in the back, you're witnessing something that you may not understand it for several years. But what this is an erosion of your right to stand at that podium and actually have control over where you live. What's happened is we are being forced, traditionally what happened is that as a council, we would be influenced by you or whoever was in the community. You'd band together, get the people you wanted to get elected, all that kind of stuff, and you created zoning about how you wanted to live. Starter homes in the 50s and 60s, everybody seems to think, oh, you got to have a starter home. Starter homes were in the middle of nowhere. We lived in a starter home in the middle of Anaheim, in the middle of orange groves. We moved to Norco because that's what my parents could afford. So what is now happening, though, you have about 180 people, literally, who think they're the smartest people on the planet, are passing laws that many of which won't affect their districts. So they never have to face their residents. But what's happening with this is they're forcing us to build ADUs and to literally erase huge portions of our zoning. And mark my words, no matter what anybody says today who thinks this is a good idea, in the future, you will find yourself maybe working your tuchus off to buy a house someday, and maybe buying a house that's a little cheaper, then a little more expensive, then a little more expensive, and somebody builds something next door to you that greatly impacts how you live. The problem is, it's not that I disagree with the ADUs, it's that I disagree with the idea that you are being stripped of your voice. And try to remember that. These laws are stripping you of your voice as an American citizen. We're the only country in the world that goes from the bottom up, from the people to the top. And what is happening is they're flipping it from the top to the bottom. That's called monarchies, sometimes in the wrong hands, dictatorships. And there are people that are saying this is a good idea. And I will go on the record as saying they are fools, especially in the United States of America. Objective design standards, that is a way to, the whole idea is they're saying, oh, you use design standards to keep people out of your community. Well, I don't agree, because the truth of the matter is the way the United States has historically worked is that eventually people get the right idea, and they band together and they get the people elected they need to get elected. And there are many, many, many examples of disadvantaged neighborhoods, disadvantaged people, all kinds of ways that they got what they wanted to get. And so you're actually witnessing tonight an erosion of your rights, because we are being forced to pass laws that I dare say the majority of this council actually knows are harmful. But we don't have a choice, because the hammer is if we don't pass it, it becomes more harmful. So we're all probably going to vote for it, but just mark my words, you youngsters. Try to remember my words 20 years from now, because this is going to get worse in the state of California and probably across the nation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I guess a question for the consultant is, are there any questions we should have asked? That we've missed anything? Yeah. You can stay there and just a simple yes or no.
Oh, okay, yes, no, I think
Yeah.
I think you've asked everything. I think you guys had a great discussion about the general plan update. I think it's a great way to set your vision for the future and to guide development, let the development community know what the community wants to see built. And I think it's going to be a great way to get the community engaged. It's a fun process. It's an exciting process. All the committees will be involved, as you were talking about with your Streets and Trails Committee. And I think it's going to be very exciting. Yeah, it'll be fun.
And I just want to make sure it ties in with this, with the ADUs and all of that and the land use.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
it will tie in with everything. All the ordinances work together.
All
So
right.
the general plan document will set the policy for all of your implementing documents, which is your zoning, any specific plans you have,
Okay.
historic districts, all of that.
All right.
And the city where I got the most recent comparable number from
Oh, yeah.
was a recent contract in Wildemar, by the way.
Okay.
They approved, I think theirs was about something minus the housing element, or no, with the housing element though.
Okay.
So anyways, but you're right, they do range from 800,000 to 2 million, and
Right.
depending on
Okay.
all the factors. So
Great. Thank you. So, I guess we'll take a recommendation on this. This is a 4/5 vote?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I'll make a motion to adopt urgency ordinance number 1091, approving the revision of the Norco Municipal Code section 18.30.46, accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units.
Mayor, should I read the title? Even though Councilmember Allman already got half of it. This is an
Yes.
urgency ordinance of
Yes,
the City
please.
of Norco, California, amending Norco Municipal Code Chapter 1830, Section 183046, accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units for compliance with Assembly Bill AB 2221 and Senate Bill SB 897, declaring the urgency.
Thank you. Take a vote. Council members Allman,
Yes.
Bash,
Yes.
Hoffman, Mayor Pro Tem Grummeyer, and Mayor Newton.
No.
Motion passed 4-1 with Mayor Newton voting no.
Okay, let's move into City Council staff communications. The city staff. Chad?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to make the council aware and the community aware that the Hamner Bridge is progressing to where the first half of the bridge is going to be completed soon, and they plan tentatively, schedule-wise, to transition to the new portion of the bridge on the weekend of December 16th, 17th, 18th. The section through there from Detroit to Citrus will be closed for those 3 days, so they work on the transition. They have some transition work needs to be done, but they have to close the road area to make it happen. But with the intent on Sunday sometime, the traffic will be switched over to the new portion of the bridge. Again, that is tentative. They still have some things they need to get done and clarified with traffic control and also Caltrans, because we're trying to advance signage on the freeway to make sure people understand that that's not going to be an accessible way, whether you're going north or south. So if they don't get their ducks in a row, it may get moved potentially into January, because I don't really want to do that activity during the holiday break period, but we may take traffic flow, but that's the goal, and we will be highlighting that through a group that the county has hired for the project, but we'll also be coordinating that message through with our. That's the intended timeline. Thank you.
So they're still approximately 8 months behind on the project?
I think the latest we met with them last Friday was they were a year behind.
Now a year. So in a month, we've gone from 8 months to a year behind. And are we going to ever learn on how they plan to accelerate the project to get back on schedule?
Committal on that. We did ask that question. It was a very poignant question from the city manager, and I think they indicated they're working on, but they recognize they can't really drive that because it's the means and methods of the contractor, and we have liquidate damages that we can work on and assess as a project if need be. Weren't very committal on how.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I did ask that they provide a briefing for the elected officials, the stakeholders, the county board, yourselves, so that we can have some more information. Obviously, the county is the party to the contract, and so what they do with that contract, there may be things they don't choose to share right now at this time. But it is appropriate to get an update for all of you and that we can share with our community. So they did commit to working with us on that. So,
You know, the River Road Bridge took 14 months to construct. How these guys are already a year behind. But the positive side is the liquidated damages we can get can pay for the additional sound walls that we need to do. Any other staff comments? Thank you. City Attorney? Thank you, Colin. Lori? Ted?
You got to get my K-rails back, right? You're not going to let them take them, are you?
They understand they have a directive. Once we start taking K-rails down, we want to stay preserve some of them up at Ingalls.
Okay, remember we bought them, so don't let them away with them. I have one thing in this week. We're moving some stuff around for Michelle and for the parade of lights and that. And I noticed that our CERT trailers and our response trailers over at Station 57, they're sitting there. The one looks, I don't know if you guys take care of them or who's responsible for them, but it's where that's where the mobile hospital is and the tent and everything. Trailer. But I hate to see us have to take that thing out on the road. So I don't know who's responsible for it. But if we have to use that, we probably ought to make sure that it's roadworthy. Chad's looking at me. I don't even know we have one. If there's a disaster, that trailer is supposed to have a hospital in it, Kevin? Or is it the whole beds and everything, right? Yeah, and it's just sitting there. So I'm just asking who's responsible for it and who's taking care of it, and we should be planning here soon. We've had rumblings in the last couple of months, and someday or another the big one's going to rumble. So we might want to take a look and see where our stuff is. So just a question on that. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Robin? Catherine?
Yes. At the Cal Cities conference that we were at earlier this year, I went to a session that was on youth engagement and got to hear a lot about the best practices that other cities have been doing to engage their youth. And, they brought up, and the irony was not lost on any of us, but that many times we are up here planning for the future, and we're not involving the folks who the future belongs to. And so one of the best practices that they brought up that I want to ask for to be agendized at a future session, to ask for the support from my colleagues, that is really a low effort but a high result initiative, is to have, the city of Sacramento does this, and there's other cities that do as well, but they have a youth commissioner that sits on their commissions. And they are a voting member, and they participate. They come from the local community. There's an expanded range, but there's a youth voice to give feedback and that perspective when we're going through and looking things at the city. We used to have a youth advisory committee or council. However, with COVID, that stopped, and does take a lot more staff resources and time, whereas this is kind of a more simpler way to have an avenue for our youth to be involved in city business, to outreach on city business, and to share their feedback and participate in their local government, which belongs to them, and really they're the future of our community and our country. So wanted to ask for discussion on that to see if there's support for that, and look at best practices to include that. So I'll make a motion for that.
Second.
Did you say they're a voting member?
Yes, they do get to vote as part of their commissions. Certainly, I'm sure there are cities where they are just an advisory member.
Commission or council?
Commission. They're appointed, not on the planning commission, but like the Parks and Rec Commission. Yes,
Okay,
the advisory
advisory.
commissions. Yes, not the council. No.
We can probably discuss the voting
Yes.
aspect of it, but I'd second the motion to discuss it.
Okay, so we take a vote? All right, Councilmember Allman,
Yes.
Bash,
Yes.
Hoffman, okay, and Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer? Thank you, and Mayor Newton?
To discuss, yes.
Yes, thank you, motion passed. We'll have it on a future agenda.
Kevin?
Yeah, the last few weeks I've had the opportunity to see and meet a whole bunch of council members as they function, and in particular one very recently. And I just want to say to my colleagues, I really appreciate the civility that we engage, the way we engage. And more importantly, I really want to thank every single staff member. Not once in the 13 years that I've sat here, have I ever felt that you were working against me, that you were not trying to fulfill the council vision. And that goes, we had some council people I didn't think in the early days, but I've always felt that council was working with me, for me, and for whatever the vision is. And I just want you to know that I saw something last week, and heard something last night I was appalled at. And I really appreciate all of you for really working hard for the vision of the council, whatever that might be. And I just want to thank you. It's really, really appreciated, and it really hit home last night that it may be rarer than we think. And so thank you. And if you could, please let staff know that just really thank you. I don't feel like you're, fighting me every step of the way and trying to undermine me. I really appreciate you. Thank you. And council, sometimes the mayor.
You're just beginning to figure this out. We're adjourned. Thank you so much.